Recording in progress.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Let's call court to order. Today is Tuesday, July 25th, 2023, 9 a.m. Proof of posting, please.
The agenda was posted on Friday, July 21st, 2023 at 2:50 p.m.
All right, thank you. All right, at this time, let's pause for a moment of silence, and then we'll have the pledge to the flags.
Yes, please join in the pledge. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Texas flag, pledge.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee,
Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Steve. Okay. This time, if there's any members of the audience who want to speak to the court on business matters, please do so at this time. Anybody behind you, Frank? Okay. All right. Well, we have a lot of serious business to do today, but we get to start out with a little fun, recognizing someone's retirement after many years. And so this time, I'd like to ask Dustin Chapman to read a proclamation that recognizes and congratulates Ms. Kim Patterson on her retirement from MCC. So, Dustin, if you'll read it into the minutes, and I'll come around and present it once you're completed.
Yes, sir, and good morning. This is a proclamation of the Commissioners Court of McLennan County, Texas, recognizing and congratulating Mrs. Kim Patterson on her retirement. Whereas McLennan County is fortunate to have individuals who make a positive impact in their past. Ms. Kim Patterson is one of those individuals. And whereas in 1985, Kim graduated from Baylor University with a Bachelor of Arts with honors, majoring in journalism and minoring in marketing. In 2017, she graduated from Tarleton University with a Master of Science in Management and Leadership. And whereas for 8 years, Kim was the public relations specialist for Brazos Electric Power Cooperative Incorporated in Waco. In August of 1995, she began her 28-year career with McLennan Community College, where she served in the Public Information Office as Director of Community Relations and Marketing, as Associate Director of Communications and Alumni Relations for the McLennan Community College Foundation, and as Associate Director of the MCC University Center. In 2016, Kim was named the Executive Director of the McLennan Community College Foundation, where she has since added more than 100 new endowed funds and doubled the assets of the foundation. And whereas volunteerism has always been a key factor in Kim's life, she has been involved with numerous organizations, including serving on the founding boards of 2 area nonprofits, the 100 Club, Heart of Texas, and National Charity League. She has also been a 24-year member of Rotary International, where she was named to the Rotary Roll of Fame and served as president of 2 clubs. Whereas August 31st, 2023, Kim will retire, but to those who know her, she will continue to give to our community and students in some way in a continued selfless manner. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Commissioners Court of McLennan County do hereby recognize and congratulate Mrs. Kim Patterson on her retirement and her many years of service to those around her. And be it further proclaimed that a copy of this proclamation be made a permanent part of the minutes of the Commissioners Court. Judge.
All right, thank you. And I make a motion we approve this proclamation.
Second.
There's a motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. All right, if y'all step forward, we will take a photo op, but I'll say a few words, man, a few words, and we'll share what I know. But, and Kim, you and I know each other from doing volunteer work. We both have many years, and that's always rewarding and a lot of fun. But, can't tell you how much we appreciate people like you with an organization like MCC that provides so much to the community. And you made it better, and we really appreciate it. I'll take this opportunity to
Appreciate
Good
you.
to see you.
Super proud. Thank you.
You're there for the reception too, right?
Tomorrow, can you make it? I hope so.
That's the plan.
Tomorrow afternoon, that'd be great.
All right, y'all take care.
Thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we also have a proclamation that Commissioner Miller's brought forward, so Commissioner Miller.
Yes, I would ask that the court would approve this proclamation for Dr. Jovester and Darlene Witcher as the New Life Christian Fellowship acknowledges its 30-year homecoming celebration. No one's going to be here this morning. It's going to be presented this weekend at an event. And so if there are no objections, I would just move to approve D2.
All right, I'll make a second on that. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those, pass. Thank you. All right, we have a consent agenda here. The recommended pulls are E3A, HR matter for Road and Bridge Precinct 2, as well as E7, which is the burn ban, which I'll talk about just as soon as we do the consent agenda approval. Is there any other recommended pulls that anyone might have? All right, if not, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the two pulls I previously mentioned?
So move.
Second?
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those, pass. I'd like to go to E7 under the burn ban. And Ryan, is Ryan Durker on? Yes. Good morning, Ryan.
Morning, Judge.
All right, we've been noticing the trends going up on the numbers, and so also monitoring, talking to volunteer fire folks and all, and so I think you're going to have a recommendation for the court.
Yes, sir. Again, Judge Felon, Commissioners, good morning. The long and short of it is emergency management is recommending a burn ban be placed at this time. Our reasons for it are as follows. This morning, the National Weather Service issued a grass fire danger statement that affected McLennan County. This is usually a preliminary step that tells us that over the next several days and weeks, more and more aggressive watches and warnings when it comes to fire weather are going to be put in place. Our drought index average is 638 right now, which is well above 550, where we kind of perk our ears up for concern. Last week, we had 2 or 3 fires out in the county of folks accidentally catching their fields on fire, cutting hay in last week alone. There is no appreciable rain in the forecast over the next 7 days, and we continue to be in triple digits. Speaking with the Volunteer Firefighters Association last night, they're all seeing massive upticks in fires, and we're seeing that trend along the state. So for those reasons, emergency management is recommending we put a burn ban in place at this time.
Okay. All right, after listening to that, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve burn ban.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. And I hope the news media picks this up. We'll try to get it out to everybody and be sure that they publish our actions. Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you all.
All right. Dustin, do we want to handle that other matter that was pulled, or do we want to go on to, I know we have Amy Lowry to.
We have Amy on and then Chip Siegman also, Judge. So if we want to take care of those two first, if that's okay?
Yeah, that's fine. So let's go to H11. And this is authorization of professional service agreement with Hardin, Texas Behavioral Health Network. It's outpatient treatment service for the McLennan County Veterans Treatment Court. So, morning, Amy.
Good morning. Can y'all see me?
What was the,
It's H11.
11.
Thank you.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, well, I can. Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning. So you may recall the commissioners approved a contract with Centocor back in January of this year for inpatient residential services with a local provider as an alternative for the VA domiciliary. So this is another resource for our veterans to have for local in-person intensive outpatient programming, which is IOP services through the Heart of Texas Behavioral Health Network Substance Use Services Program. So our Veterans Treatment Court strives to provide our veterans with a variety of choices to ensure the best fit and success in treatment and recovery and all services will be reimbursed through state and federal grant funding earmarked for veterans. Currently, their only choice for IOP services after they're discharged from inpatient services for continuity of care and step-down services are virtual services provided by the VA. So we want to give them another alternative instead of just virtual services and in-person alternatives. So this contract just allows our veterans participating in VTC additional choices in providers, just to broaden patient choice and ensure continuity of care for substance use recovery. So with our state and federal funding, we have approximately funding for about 10 veterans to receive IOP services through the Texas Veterans Commission and the Bureau for Justice Assistance grants at this time. So that's what this contract is for the intensive outpatient programming services through HOT.
Okay, any questions? All right. Is there a motion to approve the agreement with Heart of Texas Behavioral Health Network?
So moved. Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
All right, Dustin.
And if we could go to item H15, it's authorization of agreement with McLennan County Community Supervision and Corrections Department for participation in community services program. I know we have Chip online as well as TJ, so I'd like to call on either one of them to start off.
All right, good morning.
Oh, good morning, Judge. Can you hear me?
I can. Good morning.
Great. So what we have before you is an agreement with adult probation to provide community service workers to help us out with different tasks and different duties around the county as it relates to maintenance, custodial, and special projects. We've actually talked about this for several years now, and we're finally able to get it off the ground. Due to the lack of the inmate support, this is a perfect option for us to gain some more help and some more labor as it relates to landscape, custodial, painting, things of that nature. We've been working with her, Linda, over at adult probation. We've got it pretty much ironed out now, and we are ready to get started, and we're excited about it. So we're looking for court's approval to proceed.
And who will manage that? Who will be assigned to that duty?
So as the court remembers, Anna kind of spoke in relation to my 3 inmate work crew leaders.
Right.
Those 3 individuals will head this program up. So the community service workers will come here in the morning, get assigned their duties, and those guys will follow up with them and supervise them throughout the day.
Okay.
TJ, do those supervisors, is there any training that goes into that before they actually take on that responsibility?
So I'll have to let Chip speak to that. I'm not sure as to any training related to it, but of course those 3 guys now are trained and do have their jailer's license. So I can't expect there to be much more than that, if anything.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
I had a question. I see from the agreement that they're not going to be like employees of the county or anything like that. So I guess it's like an apprenticeship relationship. Will they be paid though through the state, or are they volunteering their time for this program? They're just going to receive the training and the skill that you're going to offer?
No, ma'am. So these are individuals that need community service hours as a portion of their probation. So this is much like you would see those individuals signing up for community service at the Heart of Texas Fair,
Okay.
Or different events around town.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Other questions? All right, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Dustin, you want to go to H14 while Ryan
Yes, sir.
may still be on?
Yes, sir. While we have Ryan Durker, H14 is authorization of extension and renewal of agreement for emergency ambulance services with American Medical Response Ambulance Service Incorporated, AMR. So there's a group of, I believe it's a group of 7 cities led by Waco that contract. What we do with AMR is we can grant them the right to be the exclusive operator in the unincorporated areas of the county. The agreement is patient funded. The county is not charged for that service. And so from what we have heard, it appears to be working well. That group of 7 cities is working towards a renewal with AMR. Our contract with them is up at the end of this month. So we are recommending that we extend and renew our agreement with them for an additional 5 years.
All right, any questions?
I just had one, do we have more than one ambulance service or EMS service within the incorporated areas? Are there various agencies that are working with AMR? Or is it just one? AMR is just throughout the unincorporated and in our city areas?
And Brian, I don't know if you know, Commissioner, I'm not certain how the total contract work. I believe it's just the one that the group of 7 cities contract with, but Ryan may know more.
Commissioner Miller, out in West, I know that the city has gone away from it, but in the past, up until very recently, they have contracted with West EMS. Last I heard, that was somewhat in flux, but the lion's share of the county has AMR as the sole operator within the county.
Okay, so if a citizen had an issue, because I know there was an elderly lady that goes to my church and she called, but she lives within Waco. She lives in East Waco. And she called for EMS, her family did. She ended up needing going to the hospital, but it took the vehicle an hour to get to her home. And so I was wondering, what direction would the family go in if they wanted to report that to someone?
Commissioner, largely that is beyond the scope of my office. However, as a principal, any sort of complaint or issue that we receive related to AMR, we send to the top layers of their leadership to deal with appropriately.
Okay, I know it's not you all. I was just wondering, do you interface with all of the services that provide EMS services throughout the county? And I guess that's how I started. I'm just trying to find out what your relationship, I know it's not you, what would your relationship be? Because I'm trying to find out who is that entity for this family.
Certainly. We communicate quite frequently with the operations leadership of AMR. And as I mentioned, when we get complaints of that, we take that directly to them for action.
Okay, we can talk more after this meeting.
Because they are responsible for giving a time frame, their response time. They have to report that, and so I think it'd be good that they report that.
If it's, and just speaking from my prior years on the city council, each entity that they contract with has to grant them exclusive right to operate within the city.
Okay.
So in my mind, if there's a problem, it needs to be reported to that city in which they operate. Because each city signs a contract with them who wants to use them as their exclusive. And my understanding is, one of the reasons you don't want 2 ambulances chasing to the same address. And secondly, they operate pretty close as far as revenue. And if you don't grant them exclusive rights to operate within the city, then most of the time they'll pull out and you won't have any ambulance service. So I don't know of anybody that has more than 1 ambulance service to the city for emergency runs and non-emergency runs. I know there was an ambulance service tried to come out to our city for non-emergency runs, and we wouldn't grant them that permission simply because that's revenue for these people here, and they need that revenue to make it.
And I don't want to affect their revenue, and I know they have reported this. Like I said, we're going to talk off camera. They reported it to the city council representative, then they reported it to their county commissioner. And I understand exclusive rights, but the other side of that coin is, but then they have to deliver
They need to deliver.
adequate service.
That's right. Absolutely.
Okay.
Great.
I think letting the city council person know, the county commissioner know, and then.
Right path.
And then whoever their whoever, whatever their, I'm kind of looking at their, trying to see if they have a customer service,
Like,
but they're a big,
And
big corporation.
and I'm sorry, and through Ryan, we have their local operations manager contact that we can share with y'all individually. That way y'all all have it as well.
that's a good idea.
Perfectly happy to do that.
All right, thank you. Okay, thank you, Ryan. All right, Dustin, you want to go back and pick up the last pulled item on the,
Did we vote on the renewal?
oh, I'm sorry.
You want to
Thank
carry?
you.
I'll offer a motion to approve H14 and the authorization of extension and renewal of the agreement for emergency ambulance services with American Medical Response Ambulance Service, Inc.
All right, is there a second? All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passed. Thank you.
All right, moving back up to the pull from the consent agenda, it's item E3A, an HR matter for Road and Bridge Precinct 2. Anna?
Thank you, Dustin. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I have a request here from Road and Bridge Precinct 2. They are requesting to reclassify a currently vacant senior equipment operator position. The position in question is number 1599. The request is to reclassify the position to an equipment operator position. So senior to equipment operator. The position would go from the current pay grade of a B8 to a B7, which is in line with existing equipment operator positions. The current budget is $58,747, and the recommended budget for this reclassification is $54,443, and that amount would also be in line with existing equipment operator positions.
All right, thank you. And that fits what you need?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, I'll make a motion to approve that. Is there a second?
Second?
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item F, budget amendments, F1s regarding the FY23 budget. Francis?
All right, so starting, there's a long list today, starting with F1A. These are related to JP3. F1A1, this is actually rescinding a budget amendment that was previously approved on May 2nd. This was for security cameras for that facility. So we're rescinding that budget amendment and just reversing the line item adjustments that were made. And then to correct that budget amendment, we have F1A2. And so you'll see there it's coming out of the Justice Court Building Security Fund. It's moving from contingencies in that fund into capital outlay for $27,106. This item is also on the agenda as item G2, which we'll get to in a little bit as well.
Do we want to
And Francis, I'm sorry, I think John would recommend deferring F1A2 and G2B.
Okay,
Okay, so is there a motion to approve F1A1?
So moved.
Second?
There's a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. All right, is there a motion to defer F1A2 and G2B?
So moved.
Second?
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Thank you.
and Dustin, is it gonna be also G2A, the one for the tax?
Yes, we need to defer G2A and then F1D2.
So moved.
Second?
All right, have a motion and a second, and my only comment is remind me when we get to them that we defer them. So, have motion to defer and second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
Okay.
Thank you.
So moving on to F1B, this is a certification of revenue for proceeds received, insurance proceeds received for a van that was not recovered. So that we're certifying the proceeds in the amount of $18,372. And then there's a budget amendment related to that certification. Road and Bridge One is requesting to increase their capital outlay line item by that same amount. F1C, this is in the venue project fund. This is an additional amount requested for the fiber line project connecting the base to the lines out there. And so you'd approved a prior budget amendment in the amount of 21,000. I'm sorry, I don't have the amount in front of me, but there was a prior budget amendment for the work to be done, and this is an increase of $3,875 because it is on the venue project property. We are using venue project funds. F1D1, so this is rescinding another budget amendment from the May 2nd agenda. This was related to the security camera project for the tax office in West. And so we'll rescind that one. And then I'm going to skip FD2, which was the correction. F1E, sorry. F1E, yes. This is in the general fund. This is countywide road and bridge. So on June 20th, you approved two projects, those being Tonk Road Creek and North Crooked Creek Road. And so we are adjusting the line items, the projects within that department to accommodate those two projects. There was funds budgeted for other projects you'll see in the decrease section of the budget amendment. And so work will not be done on those projects and those budgeted amounts this year, so we're reclassing that into another project line.
Okay.
F1F, this is General Fund Constable Precinct 4. Just requesting to move within that department into supplies for cost for the remainder of the year. F1G, this is General Fund Constable Precinct 5. Also moving within that budget into supplies and other services and charges for the remainder of the year. F1H1, this is a recording of a budget adjustment for the Sheriff's Forfeiture Fund. So they are adjusting the other services and charges line by $20,000. And so that fund balance in that fund will accommodate that adjustment. And then F1H2, back to the general fund. This is for the county jail. They're requesting to move from other line items in that department, including full-time employees, into overtime, uniforms, food, prisoner transport, and professional development. F1H3, this is for Jack Harwell Detention Center. So also moving within that department into supplies, uniforms, food, and professional development for the remainder of the year. F1H4, General Fund for the Sheriff's Office Department, requesting to move from the full-time employees line into the line we use for fuel, the motor vehicle operating line, which will cover costs for the remainder of the year as well. Okay. F1I, this is in the 2019 bond proceeds fund, the permanent improvement fund. There were two projects that there were budget sitting, and so those both have been closed out. So we're just moving the budget that was left there and moving it back into contingencies. And so that'll allow it to be spent on other projects. And we'll be touching on this soon on that money sitting and what we want to do with that. F1J1, this is 2021 bond proceeds. We're requesting to move into the ADA modifications line, and this is for a CP&Y invoice that was approved on the last agenda. And then F1J2 is also in 2021 bond proceeds. This is a request to increase the line item for the tower project at Road and Bridge 3. And there's a quote attached from CDWG for the equipment and the work that's to be done. F1K, this is general fund for our IT department. They are requesting to move within their department into repair and maintenance. And that will cover the cost of firewall maintenance renewals for the year. And again, the contract from, or sorry, the quote from CDWG is attached. F1L, this is general fund JP precinct 5. So she is requesting to move from the travel reimbursement line into other lines in her department, supplies, furniture, and professional development, to cover expenses for the remainder of the year. F1M, this is general fund maintenance of buildings. The request is to move from the full-time employees line into supplies, furniture and equipment, and maintenance contracts, just again to cover cost for the remainder of the fiscal year. F1N, Road and Bridge Precinct 1, requesting to move from the contingencies line in that department into other lines, so fuel, road construction materials, and capital outlay. F10, this is General Fund Road and Bridge 4. The request is to move from the contingencies line in that department into the utilities line, and again, to cover cost for the remainder of the year.
Okay, are there any questions about any of those?
I have one. First, I want to thank those departments that give the details when they're moving money from one line to another line, understanding that budget controls falls under the Commissioner's Court. And so some of the lines you can understand. You understand fuel, you understand utilities. Supplies is kind of vague. Are they giving you a reason when they're moving $500, $1,000, $15,000 into
So-
supplies?
You know, supplies, there's a lot of items that are included in that supplies category. And so I think most of the time it's, you know, they're buying office supplies, they're buying just general operating supplies that their department's using. And so there's been a trend already in the year. You know, they're going to exceed, or we have an invoice or they're trying to get a purchase order that's going to put them over. And so sometimes we don't know exactly what that may be for.
Yeah.
I mean, we can ask them to you know, is it office supplies? But you know, it's a conglomeration of a lot of different
Ask
small
them-
items.
Can we ask them to give you guys a list, just ensuring that what they're buying under supplies is something they should be buying under supplies?
Yeah, we
Or
wouldn't let
just
them
do a-
put the-
Right, but before
sorry.
we just give them a blanket to move the money.
Does the PO system that we have, does it, I mean, is it match? Does it, I mean, if you're going to buy,
It'll just say you,
Yes.
but you know, it'll just say you have money in that line. It won't say that it's okay to buy that
So
item.
purchasing whenever anyone enters a requisition, so if they're buying pens, if they put that in professional development, as soon as it goes over to purchasing will audit that, review that, and then if they,
We review all the purchases.
yes, everything is reviewed.
Keep all that straight. If we have a question, we're calling the auditor's office to get a reading on what they think it should be, but that's our constant job and.
that's what
Yeah. But is it out of line or is it improper that the court would ask? Because some of the departments are doing that, and to those departments, I want to say thank you. Because it helps to say, okay, yes, you should move that money for that. But when you just get blanket, I want $1,000 to move for supplies, I want 500, it just puts you at in position that you just have to assume that it's okay to do that. And I kind of don't think that's.
And they'll usually, you know, we usually know, you know, there's contracts out there that are pending or something. We know that why they're, you know, that is the correct line.
I'm saying
We'll
for the
work with them.
court. 'Cause
Yes,
we don't,
yes.
we're just blindly saying, okay,
Yes.
move that money.
Yes.
Well, it's got 3 places for check. One's a department head or elected official. 2 is purchasing and 3 is audit.
Yes.
So it's gotta go through all 3 of those. So I feel pretty comfortable. You know, the only thing that, and it's been mentioned before, that, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing at all, but sometime if there's money left over in the budget, they go ahead and buy, even though they budgeted for next year, they be sure they have plenty of paper and plenty of this and that before they go into the next budget year, which is still an asset of the county.
Yes.
And, but it's a strategy in budgeting that's very well known. You know, I think the department head needs to be responsible to make sure it's appropriate. But
And on those like 2 different matters, so yes, a lot of checks and balances there in that purchasing process, and they
And
seek
let
to
me say
work-
one
Oh,
other
go
thing.
ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry.
one other thing. I think anytime a commissioner's got a question on any activity, we can get them, or whoever can get all the details, so it's not improper to ask that question at
No.
all. I mean, not that it'd be improper, but, so Phil, I want to encourage you, if you have questions like that and want more detail, by all means, you should get it.
And if I may interject one other thing, I mean, for like maintenance of buildings, their supplies are more than office supplies. A lot of their supplies are expendable supplies that they're using to do their jobs. I mean,
And let me
saw
preface by
blades.
saying, I'm not saying that they want to buy something they should not. I'm saying it gives the court more comfort when we know why they're moving money.
gotcha.
And we'll be sure and get some more, as much information as they may know and include that in the backup. And then I was gonna say, you know, back to those checks and balances there in the purchasing process, you know, in the end, like you said, third step gets to our office, and we've already had a lot of contact through the process already, but, you know, it could have, sometimes when you get that final invoice is when you really get the true information, and we dig if we need more information to make sure that it is a proper expenditure, serves a county purpose, is budgeted, all of the.
We've visited a little bit about this before, but historically, if a department or an office or whomever at this time is moving money, and it happens year after year after year, do y'all counsel with them about the need to move or to put the proper amount in there to start with? If historically
Yes.
they've been low in that area every year for umpteen years, then why not go ahead and budget closer to what it truly should be?
Yes, and, you know, with the budget document, the worksheets that we've been working through, so a lot of that work was done, of course, before you got it on the first day of budget workshops. So we would see that, yes, you've done a budget amendment, you know, every year for this amount, let's get this where it really needs to be. And then, you know, lower lines that you don't need that much in. And so, yes, we always are
And
honing in on that.
And so, like any items that you might see that might need a little bit more explanation or anticipate a question from the court, then in the bookmark agenda would ideally be where it go. And then during court, if there's questions, they can go to that, but if there's not, we can still go back and get things. And I think if you feel comfortable approving it but want more information is one approach, and then the other is defer it till you get more information. Y'all know that. So, you know, you got plenty of options there, so. All right. Are there any other questions? If not, is there a motion to approve F-1-6 through F-1-0?
So move.
So F1,
C.
F1B through F10, with the exception of FD2, which we already deferred.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. All right,
I'd move to approve that.
okay, is there a second? I'll second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass. Thank you. Justin?
All right, we'll hold F2A, the FY24 budget discussion, until later. F2B is Waco McLennan County Library discussion and interaction regarding funding allocation. City will actually be back on Thursday to cover some other departments, so it's our recommendation to defer this now. We'll have this back on the August 1st agenda, but then to continue that discussion with the city on Thursday, if that's okay with the board.
Okay, all right, is there a motion to defer F2B?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
Under item G, bids, RFPs, RFQs, G1 is authorization of scope of services with Mundo and Associates for McLennan County Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Master Plan update. As most of the court is probably aware, Mundo did our original Parks Master Plan back in around 2010. It was good for 10 years. There was a stretch where Texas Parks and Wildlife did not have much funding going in for parks-related grants. The master plan is an integral part of that. It gets you some extra points in your application that makes it more competitive. So recommendation is to move forward with this with Mundo. Mundo will step through and help put together a park plan committee. They will be part of those meetings. They will seek public input, hold public hearings, set up a website to engage citizens and get set up a survey. And they will also go through and update the inventory of our current parks, recreation, and open spaces. And then they will help lay out short and long-term goals and objectives and get the draft master plan back to us. And then they will also submit it on to Texas Parks and Wildlife for approval, and then help us with future grant applications in that regard. So TJ, Ken, and I have all reviewed this. Zane did as well. We recommend moving forward and approving the scope of services with Mundo and Associates.
Okay, any
And
questions?
total fee is $49,850.
All right, and then it's on progressive payments or progress billing or?
It is paid monthly on a percentage of completion. Yes, sir.
That's what I meant to say, yeah. So if we approve this, then we will start working on the different components of this to, like the County Park Plan Committee, the public hearing and all those things after we approve it, so at a later date. Soon to be notified. All right, any questions? If not, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve the contract with Mundo and Associates regarding Clinton County Parks, Recreation, Open Space Master Plan update.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Under item G2, I believe we already deferred G2A and G2B. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, moving on to item G3, authorization of fiber termination proposal with Extraco Technologies for Extraco Event Center in the base. TJ?
Yes, so this is an additional charge related to the fiber tie-in at Extraco. We had a piece of equipment that was missing off the quote. This piece of equipment is crucial for the final tie-in of both of those facilities. So we've reviewed everything with Extraco and recommend this for approval.
All right, any questions? If not, what's the pleasure of the court?
So move.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Thank you.
Under item H, contracts and interlocal agreements, H1 is authorization of contract for software with EDOC Technologies for District Clerk Case Management Software, EDOC Suite. This is recommended for deferral again.
All right, is there a motion to defer?
So move.
Second?
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
H2 is authorization of interlocal cooperation agreements with City of Golson for road work on Merriwear, Joanna, and Wesley Chapel Road. Commissioner Jones?
Yeah, we're still waiting on the paperwork on this. Need another motion to defer.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
So,
Second.
motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
H3 is authorization of Lexus Plus subscription agreement with LexisNexis for the 414th District Court. Term of this contract will be September 1st, 2023 to August 31st, 2024 with the monthly rate of $94.
Okay, any questions? Not, is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
H4 is authorization of interlocal cooperation agreement with City of Waco by and through the Waco-McLennan County Public Health District for the on-site sewage facilities for OSSF program. I recommend this be deferred as well. The city again will be here on Thursday to discuss this budget, and then we'll have this back on for next week.
All right, I make a motion we defer.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
All right, moving on to item H5, reauthorization of interlocal cooperation agreement with Bosqueville Independent School District for School Resource Officer Program. David Ives?
Yes, Court. This is for the renewal on our SRO out of Bosqueville ISD. The school district would like to continue the program. Our office would like to continue providing that service to the ISD as well. So we would recommend this for reapproval.
Okay, any questions for David?
Well, I had a statement. I might watch too much TV, but This weekend, I was listening to a group of experts in law enforcement, and they were talking about school, police departments, and then your larger city and like your sheriff departments. And they were saying because of the training that city and county personnel receive, they were saying the benefits and why they support school districts as opposed to creating their own police departments to come in and contract with like your county sheriff's office. And I was just wondering, David, have you all heard any conversations about that? Because I know some of our larger school districts do have their own police departments. Just kind of quickly, your pros and cons of that. Like, as I was listening to it this weekend, and they made some really viable points on why you want the more experienced and the more tenured officers answering those type of calls or those type of situations.
Yes, absolutely, Commissioner. So we currently contract with Bosqueville, and we've had other ISDs who do not have their own SRO programs or ISD police department reach out to us. We do training for SRO programs. Of course, the financial concerns of the ISDs for hiring or contracting for full-time staff is always a concern, unfortunately. But we always provide whatever resources we can. Like I said, for the Guardian programs that do exist in schools that aren't quite there financially or just contractually, or they can't get the school board on, we're still going to provide that support to any school district within the county that reaches out and asks for that support. So the nice thing about contracting with, for instance, like us or the city of Waco, is you do have a large group of tenured officers who have very specialized training. A lot of that can relate to, you know, these incidents of why the SROs are there, which can be breach capability, stopping the threat, some of these other very specific things that not only are our SROs or the SRO that we utilize trained and certified to be a school resource officer, but they also come out and run basic tactics with our SWAT team, so they understand that process if an emergency were to occur at the ISD. So they really are getting a bang up deal, because they're getting something that would be very hard for them to get with their own independent ISD police department. But we can provide that because we do have those resources.
I think I know Riesel has their own school police department, but I am going to reach out to Mart, Axel, and Hallsberg and just see their interest in even having a service like that. But I found that show really interesting.
Okay. And David, do you assign specific personnel to these schools? In other words, that's kind of their specialty, or they've had additional training in schools? And also, is there more than like one assigned to Bosqueville where you have a rotation or something like that? Or?
So we do have SRO or school resource officer certification program that's through the state of Texas. And we also have more stringent requirements for the SROs, being able to be just to name one thing, breach capability, being able to get through locked doors and deal with those threats that may occur. So not only do they get that side of the SRO certification, but they also get some additional abilities that a lot of school resource officers don't have with our agency. And as Commissioner Miller stated, we have been in discussions with Axtell ISD and some of these others. And it always comes down to just the financial concern, because those people that we pick for those positions, the ISDs have to like those people as well. I say think that they're functionally literate people for the job. And then we are always selecting those people very stringently, because that is an extremely important activity for us as a law enforcement agency to engage in.
I know we sort of kind of looked at it years ago, but I think now in this time, it's just something to really kind of focus on.
Sure.
And maybe even.
Well, especially those schools that don't live, in other words, you mentioned Axtell, that's not an incorporated community, so they don't have a police. So they depend on, the sheriff's department for their coverage, so that's an ideal, ideal relationship. I know, like the city of Mart has, Mart City PD that's, but, you talk to Betsy about that. Yes, sir.
David?
Yes, sir.
Didn't the legislature pass funding to put security, probably, I'm certain it wasn't to the level that needed to be, but to put security on all school campuses in Texas? And if so, will those people, to your knowledge, have to be SRO trained?
My understanding is the answer to that is yes and yes. I don't think that they have to be SRO trained commissioner day one, but I think that there is a stipulation that they have to be SRO certified within a certain time period, like less than 6 months or something along those lines. But don't quote me. I don't have that legal statute sitting directly in front of me.
And I think there was some funding
I think
that for hardening facilities as well.
I can see more schools reaching out because of that funding, even if they have to supplement it somewhat with their own, that at least gives them some ground to start with, some money to start with that helps them. Those that were wavering between can we afford it or not afford it, now we've got this much help, we'll kick in the rest. So I could see, I guess what I'm trying to say, I could see more requests coming your way for security officers.
And Commissioner, we've met with several school districts that are unincorporated or don't have their own ISD police departments. And the scope of services that we're able to provide to them is always going to be, the best service that we can possibly provide with the resources we have available, which is fantastic. But the issue that we tend to run into is those school districts having the perception of that SRO being on campus 24/7, 365, or all the time. And in order to keep those employees, because they do require additional training up to speed, you have that amount of training that they have to attend where they will not be on campus. So that's always a discussion that we have to have with ISDs, a concession. Do you want a well-trained employee or do you just want a warm body? And of course, we want them to have the best, most well-trained employees for those situations we can provide them.
Sure. Optimally, the training should take place in the summer when they're not in
Correct.
session. That would be the ideal situation.
Correct.
And then secondly, ideal would be to have enough people trained to be able to put someone in that place when they have to be away, because if you're talking about just one person assigned to a campus or district, and that person has leave time or sick or something coming up, then you're leaving a vacant spot. So ideally, it would be to have backup people capable of moving in, so.
Those are some of the.
I know we don't live in an ideal world, but that's the thought, so.
Sure. And those are some of the additional or initial hurdles that we ran into when we first contracted with Bosqueville. And we've worked through those issues to make the department more collaborative with the ISD so that we can still provide them with functional service and keep those employees that are servicing them to the top tier standard.
Okay. Thank you.
I think it's a great program. If you want the motion, I would
I
move
do.
to approve H5.
Okay, I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
H6 is authorization of extension of parking lot lease with Washington Partners Limited for County Sheriff. David?
This is the back parking lot that we have, and we've had it for several years now. We'd like to just continue this. It's heavily utilized, and we would recommend it for approval.
All right, any questions? All right, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second?
Motion is second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Thank you.
H7 is authorization of customer service agreement with RW Lone Star Security LLC for shredding services for the sheriff's office. Ken?
Yes, we contacted both the Sheriff's Office and RW Lone Star, and they both wanted to renew. We have two 95-gallon totes at the Sheriff's Office, and it's they're emptied at $70 per stall. It's the same agreement as we had last year, and this is just a renewal.
And is it the same group that does archives as well?
Yes, it is.
Okay,
It
good.
is the same group.
Good. All right. All right, any questions? If not, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second?
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose, pass.
H8 is authorization of interlocal agreement with County of Burnett, County of Coryell, and County of Williamson, Heart of Texas Auto Theft Task Force Motor Vehicle Crime Prevention Authority. David?
Commissioners, the MVCPA has reached out to us recently and asked that we participate in the Auto Theft Task Force for our region, the Heart of Texas Auto Theft Task Force. And what they are willing to provide is a 2-year contract for a full-time investigator to be part of the task force. In year 1, they will cover 100% of the salary, the fringe, and the equipment. In year 2, the county will be responsible for only the fringe of the employee. They're going to cover the initial from MVCPA funds in year 1, and then for the fringe, they are going to cover the fringe specifically from the 68A inspection lines that they have. So the total cost to the county over that 2-year period would be $17,820-ish or so for that second year fringe, and then subject to renewal in years 3 and 4 as a 2-year package at the purview of the court.
Okay, so is McLennan County kind of the lead in it, or who?
Burnett.
Oh, Burnett, yeah, okay. So today, is this program meeting its expectations?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so they,
And
what's the data?
yeah, what is the expectation? I mean,
The expectation, Commissioner, is that we provide a full-time investigator that is going to be for the investigation and reduction of auto theft and auto burglaries within the state of Texas, or within our task force region, excuse me. There is a fee that is charged on every person's insurance policy in the state of Texas that funds this program as mandated by state law, and that's what funds this task force every single year.
Okay.
And that's what that 68A inspection is?
MVCPA funds, I believe, is the actual main fund, and the 68A inspections, I believe that is the program fund for what they seize and what they forfeit and what they sell. That's the program funding, I believe.
Okay, but that's where the match, it says be funded by proceeds raised from 68A inspection.
Correct.
I thought that's where you verify vehicles. As
Correct.
that's actually what that vehicle is.
Correct.
I guess my comment would be, David, that if this is money that's being funded regardless, through our a fee on our insurance that everybody in the state of Texas is participating in, then it would make sense for us to get something back for our people who are already paying for part of this, and this is a way of doing so, and so I would be very much in support of this.
That is correct, Commissioner. So our constituents are paying for this on their insurance policies, and we as a county are not currently participating. You have Burnett, Coryell, us, if y'all approve, and Williamson County that are part of the Heart of Texas Auto Theft Task Force group.
does the group work with other law enforcement agencies in the counties, or is it just?
So yes, Commissioner, they do. So when they get our folks, or the folks from these agencies that I've listed off, Burnett, Coryell, McLennan, and Williamson, they are getting some resources from the department as well for undercover operations, stings, things of that nature. But all of the items that are seized and all that go directly back to the task force as a unit, not back to any individual agency. So the individual officers are always going to be housed at the agencies that they work for, and then they are collaborating as one group unit to help enforce the task force mission.
Any other questions?
I do. So just to make sure I'm understanding, the investigator position that's listed, that's not a current position that we have budgeted. That's something that would be added in addition?
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions? Does that answer your question, Francis?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. What's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve the authorization of the interlocal agreement with the counties of Burnett, Coriel, and Williamson for the Heart of Texas Auto Theft Task Force.
Second.
All right, have a motion and second. Any other discussion? No other-
I'd just like to say that as a victim of a vehicle theft recently, anything will help. I mean, because it's gone
Yeah,
and it's a lot of money
yeah. Agreed.
and it's a lot of heartache,
Yeah.
things like that.
Absolutely.
So,
Okay, any other questions or comments? If not, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passed.
Right, item H9, authorization of maintenance contract and related quote with Vistacom for Sheriff's Office DAC dictation unit. David?
This is the renewal for our dictation system at the sheriff's office. We replaced our equipment last year, so this service this year with the newer equipment is actually cheaper than it has been in the previous years for the service contract because we just have new, more up-to-date equipment, and we still use the system and would recommend it for approval.
All right, any questions? All right, no questions. Is there a motion to approve?
so moved.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Right, item H10, authorization of health services agreement with Turnkey Health Clinics, medical and health services from Clinton County jails and detention centers. Excuse me. And have Ken and David on, and y'all please add in anything, but I'll summarize this. On July 6th, the court approved the recommendation of the purchasing department to grant the award for medical and health services for jails and detention centers to Turnkey Health. This agreement states that Turnkey will provide the healthcare and medical services, including mental health services for inmates and detainees housed at Highway 6, Jack Harwell, and Bill Logue. The fee for the first year of the contract totals $1,738,366.23. And I do want to share my screen to talk about the annual fee for future years, just so we understand, and I'll read this section into the record. Under annual fee, the annual fee payable for the first year of operations to the contractor by the county is fixed at the amount set forth in the contractor's proposal. Any increase in future years is subject to the approval of the county's commissioner's court and must be supported by sufficient information and documentation. In no circumstance shall the increase exceed the increase in the Department of Labor Consumer Price Index for medical care services for the Dallas-Fort Worth region. We had anticipated that this contract would start on September the 1st, and we had worked with Core Health to have them extend their coverage through the month of August, but found out very late Friday afternoon that due to some circumstances, they would no longer be able to provide that coverage. So David, Mike, and Chief Blossman and others reached out to Turnkey, and they got all hands on deck, and they will be able to provide services beginning on August 1st to help with that transition. And we're very thankful for that. So this contract will start on now on August the 1st, and it's a 3-year contract, and then does have 2 one-year renewals to bring it to a total of 5 years if both parties agree.
All right. Any questions? It's a significant increase over what we, had in the past. But they went through the process and
Yes, sir.
evaluated, and we are where we are. All right. If there's no questions or comments, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve H10.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passed.
Right, moving on to item H12, authorization of order agreement and related documents proposal with Rico USA for juvenile detention center copiers. Ken?
We were recently contacted by Rico that Juvenile has 6 machines that are under a lease agreement, and that lease agreement is coming to an end on 9/24 of 2023. We've been in conversations. I've included Colin Coker, of course. We can get 6 new machines, replacing that under a new lease agreement, a 60-month lease agreement. And the new agreement will save us $345.27 per month. And so I really didn't see a downside in going into a new lease agreement with Rico to replace those machines. When we did this original lease, they were matching what we were doing on just maintenance agreements on the previous machines. And so literally, I think this is a pretty good deal for them and for us.
Who's the vendor?
Rico.
Oh,
Rico
Rico
is the
itself.
vendor.
So they're not a,
There's not a local,
not a local.
there's not a local vendor.
They are.
That's the name of the local vendor, I think, Rico.
Yes, it is.
Are they
they're
on Lake
local.
Air? You remember where they're located?
I'm sorry. I
I've seen
don't,
their
but-
sign.
It used to be on, like Columbus or someplace like
Is
that.
that where it was? Okay.
All right, any questions?
So, kid, you're saying we're saving over $300 a month times 60 months?
345.
Yeah,
345 times 60?
Yes.
I like those deals.
Okay. All right, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve H12.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
H13, regarding the service agreement with Waste Management of Texas Incorporated, authorization of changes to waste pickup frequency for Jack Harwell Detention Center. Ken and David?
Well, I will share that David came to me. Of course, I don't normally see invoices for such, but Jack Harwell was being charged some pretty hefty overage fees for dumping their trash. And so I think David initiated a conversation with Waste Management, and they basically said if you'll just add one more day, they would basically rescind those overage charges. And it's been a while. I'm hoping they'll still do that. But it'll still come out cheaper if we add another pickup day to the service. So I'm coming to the court basically recommending that we add another pickup day for Jack Harwell from Waste Management.
So you get more pickups plus the price is low.
Yeah, to not pay those overage fees.
It doesn't take long for those overages to add up, and just adding that one, your break even doesn't take very long.
That's right.
Okay, well, it sounds like inflation's curbing. We've had 2 items in a row that are saving money.
Hard to believe, hard to believe.
All right, I'll make a motion. We approve this recommendation by the purchasing department.
Second.
I have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passed.
All right, moving down to item H16, authorization of customer agreement, FP mailing machine maintenance contract and related proposal with FP Mailing Solutions and CTWP postage machine for Justice of the Peace Precinct 4. Ken?
Yes, I was approached by JP4. They would like to have a mailing machine. We actually looked at a couple of different ones, and this is the one that JP4 would like to have. It's a 39-month lease for $22.95 a month plus $10 a month maintenance and then $126.87 for the cartridges for up to 9,000 imprints. So again, they haven't had one. This would be a new machine in their place, replacing stamps.
Okay, and this price looks competitive.
Yes, it's actually a smaller machine than I think that we've gotten from some of the other.
Okay.
folks.
All right, any questions?
Only comment I'd have, Ken, I'd like to see over a period of a year's time, if we could look at all of the postage machines that we have, and of course, I'm certain there's a weigh machine that goes with it, and see if the usage warrants that purchase or contract versus just buying postage, and a weigh machine.
I got you.
All right. Okay, any other questions, comments? If not, is there a motion to approve H16?
Move to approve H16, I guess, H16, whatever it is.
Yeah, H16. I guess,
H16,
Yeah.
okay.
Second?
All right, have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
H17, this was the extension agreement with Core Health that is no longer needed, so it needs to be pulled with no action.
All right, pull with no action.
H18 is authorization of addendum to contract with EDOC Technologies for sheriff software for McLennan County Sheriff's Office and pretrial services. As the court is aware, we have the current contract with EDOC for the case management for the sheriff's offices and pretrial. This was a 7-year agreement starting back in 2016. The way the contract reads, it's due to be up at the end of July. There has been some questions and discussion on the actual go live date, but this addendum does clear that issue up. This contract included an annual maintenance fee of $77,500. And as discussed during the previous budget work session, the sheriff's office is evaluating this current case management system with EDOC, and they're also looking at other jail management and records management software. The addendum to this contract extends that term to September 30th, 2024. It does shorten the termination period of the contract from 90 down to 45 days. And this would give the SO time to continue to evaluate the current product and other products, and then would also help us with the transition period if one does occur. And I know David is on and has reviewed this, and Mike has worked on it as well, and it is recommended for approval.
Okay, any questions? All right. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second?
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
All right, Judge, did you want to take a break now?
Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break.
cities that
They,
only have a three-person police, that don't,
Yeah.
sheriff's office and no local police. You have to
Okay.
believe that they're gonna be able to meet some of those
I think those
requirements.
larger agencies, because we see that these shootings are not getting better. Larger agencies are gonna have to come
some program.
because if something
And,
happens there,
with
that area has to be ready to.
I'm not telling them that, but
I bet you know that sheriff's office out there, they don't have 5 people total in the whole SA.
Yeah,
the other thing,
And no local,
discussion
no
started.
municipal,
yeah.
police force. So I think that's the reason why that money was put in, to try to help those, that type of situation.
And the school districts are complaining, saying they didn't give them enough money
No,
for it.
well, if you look at, if you do the math on what it figured, I did the math on one, it came out to like
Somebody leave the meeting.
24,000, 20-something thousand per campus, and I'm thinking, well, let's see, it costs 60,000 to probably get that person, so.
You're already behind, you're
There you
starting
go.
behind.
Yeah. State never give you enough.
Okay.
No, they never
Yeah.
do.
I have years of experience with that, and they were telling us they did. We didn't get a raise in bus allowance for like 20, 25 years, and their answer was like, well, we're giving you more money, just take some of that money and use it for your bus route. Like, we're not spending it on something else we need to, but
Come out of the budget.
Uh-huh.
But
busing was always a problem.
taxpayers reduce it on this side.
I think when I first started in the business, we could buy a bus for
But it's probably gonna be
30, 40,000. By the time I left, the bus was right at 100,000.
our job.
I can see it.
Of course, they've gotten a lot bigger too. Buses now are huge, 80 passenger buses and everything.
And it, it's
And the
gonna be.
seats are better. Remember the bus seats in the old school buses?
Okay.
Kind of like a,
Kind of like you said on that right there. But nowadays,
Do we have a new director?
those new buses by law, they
Yeah,
have to have seat
Hillcrest.
belts and all
I heard
sorts of stuff,
that.
yeah.
Yes, he may be interim.
Oh,
His name is Brad Cry, C-R-Y. I think twice.
oh, okay.
I mean, I think.
Has he been with him?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. He's about probably early 50s.
Recording in progress.
Okay. All right, it's 10:21. Let's call court back in session. All right, Dustin.
All right, moving on to item I, capital improvement, repair and maintenance projects. I1 is regarding the North Crooked Creek and Tonk Creek crossing improvements, bid 23-002, recording a performance bond for DJ Hanson Construction Corporation. Ken?
And that's just what it is. Before they're supposed to start the construction at these locations, we needed their bid and performance bond, and I'm just bringing them forward for recording.
Okay, any questions? All right, if not, is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Second.
Motion made and second. No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
I2 is regarding McLennan County Downtown Jail remodel for courtrooms and office space, RFQ 21-011, agreement with Brinkley Sergeant Wigington, authorization of invoice number 9. This invoice totals $25,342.82, and it is for their schematic design services. For a portion of that, it has been reviewed and is recommended for approval.
All right, any questions? What's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
I3 is regarding ADA renovations at Extraco Event Center, bid 20-013, agreement with John W. Irwin Construction, authorization of application for payment number 14. Ken?
Yes, this had to do with the project around the Extraco Event Center where we're doing all the parking lot and everything. And so this is to release their retainage. So this is the last payment on that deal.
All right, so,
The $3,479.
I'm saying a little more than that. Is that,
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. $50,005. I'm sorry, I lost my deal here, so
okay.
trying to catch up.
What are we seeing?
Okay, reimbursable, in other words, that's the retainage that's tendered over to the contractor, and it's 58,170.82.
Oh.
Is that right?
Yeah, so, I'm sorry, I apologize. Yes.
All right. And so the walkthrough's done, the punch list, and fair management's good, we're good, and architect's good.
Yes.
Okay. All right, any questions? If not, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second?
Motion and a second. Any other discussion? No discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
I-4 is regarding capital improvement projects for the Cameron Park Zoo, agreement with City of Waco, authorization of invoice for Education Center, Vet Hospital, Hoofstock Barn, and Penguin Exhibit. Francis?
Sure. So this is an invoice from the city of Waco, $549,133.02. And it's for reimbursement for construction work that's been done on the Education Center, the Veterinary Hospital, Hoofstock Barn, and Penguin Exhibit. And it has been reviewed, and we recommend it for payment.
Okay, and I was on one walkthrough. I think it was 190 degrees when I was out there. And anyhow, it's looking good, progressing right along. So anybody have any questions? If not, is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Judge, if it's okay, I did just want to go back to I-3. That total is $3,479. It shows a balance to finish, including retainage of $50,005. So the total on that pay app is $3,479.
Okay. So I think I made the motion, so I'd amend it to that, and I think Commissioner Smith made the second. You, man, okay. All right, so we'll re-vote on it. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
All right, we have nothing under item J this week. Under item K, grants. K1 is our ARPA discussion. K1A is authorization of McLennan County Recovery Plan, state and local fiscal recovery funds report for July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023. And this is the annual recovery plan report that is due by the end of July. And this plan it's something that's constantly evolving and changing as we add projects. It's something our office keeps up with a lot of help from Mike and Francis and Haley. We recommend it for approval. We would like the authority to be able to make some final tweaks to it. I know I need to go correct a few category numbers that Haley pointed out, and like I said, we're constantly adding to it as we discover new information on ARPA. So we would recommend or just request that it be approved with the authority for us to make some final changes.
And those will not be what we would perceive as significant. Is that true?
That is true. It'll just be adding some additional documentation, maybe some references back to the final rule, and then we will bring that back. That'll be the document that gets recorded, if that is okay.
All right, yeah. Any problems with that?
No.
Is there, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
K1B is authorization of revised American Rescue Plan budget adjustment. Francis?
Yes, sorry. So this is just an adjustment to the ARPA budget. There were some cleanup that needed to be done to some categories related to the water projects. So like Dustin was saying, more information comes to light through the process, and so some changes were needed. The revised adjustment is $476,443.12. And let's see. Excuse me, I got lost on my.
It takes the Mark Dam study
Yes.
75,000
Moving
to
it to another category.
Another category.
Sorry,
so-
my thing is freezing on me. And so just adjusting between categories and cleaning up some of the projects.
Right. Mr. Smith?
Has that dam study been initiated?
Oh, yes, it's complete.
It's complete?
Yeah.
So, good, okay.
It's done. And,
If you want a copy, I can get you a copy. I have a copy.
Okay.
and the price, it indicated the fix is pretty expensive, so
Yeah.
they're looking for sources of funds for that. They got a grant for a big part of it, but they've still got to come up with some cash.
Yeah.
So, all right, anything else, Francis?
No, sir.
All right. Dustin, you have anything else on that?
No, sir.
All right, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve the budget adjustments.
Second?
All right, I have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
K1C is authorization of legal services invoice from Haley and Olson for the ARPA matters for June 2023, and their services total $1,660 for those June legal services, and it's been reviewed and recommended for approval.
All right. Any
Move-
questions?
Move to approve.
All right.
Second?
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Opposed? Pass.
K2 is the discussion on the bipartisan infrastructure law, and I don't have any update, and we'll reach back out to TLC and see if we can get them back for an update during the month of August, if that is okay.
Yeah, I'd like to see all our activity
Yes.
and what recommendations they have, and then what we need to do, what they say we need to do on our part to make decisions and go forward or reject. I would like a lot more input back from them than what I feel like we've been getting.
I agree. I'd like to know if we've got any irons in the fire.
Yeah.
Or any grants being submitted, ready to be submitted, recommended to be submitted, whatever.
You know, that, the way that, I mean, I may not be correct on this, but there's the different segments of that program have trickled out. I mean, it hasn't been, I think we're still waiting to see, what amount is allocated to local governments for infrastructure and things like that out of that.
Right.
So,
And a lot of these programs,
they came to us with a program for electrification
Yeah.
and, fleets, things like that. But,
Right.
We don't.
But, what I would comment would be if there are some dates open out there to make application, and it's something that we feel like would benefit us or our communities, then, we need to be moving forward on it. If the applications are open.
yeah. Okay. All right.
Sounds good. We will contact them after court. Item K3 is regarding the Texas Community Development Block Grant RFQ 21-009, recording of engineering architectural surveyor services agreement with MRB Group for Elmont Sewer Line Replacement Project. Ken?
After we had awarded this to MRB Group from RFQ 21.009, it's kind of overlooked that we had not completed the contract with them. So this is the contract to go with that RFQ 21-009 to MRB Group for the community block grant for Elmont.
Okay, any questions? All right, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to accept for recording.
Second?
All right, we have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passed.
K4 is regarding the Bureau of Justice Assistance Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant JAG Program, authorization of interlocal agreement with City of Waco and related documents for the FY23 program award. David?
This is the reauthorization of our JAG for FY23. We've participated in this for the last at least 6 years. Waco is the primary recipient and we are a sub. We are going to receive $33,713 as part of our allocation. of this grant.
What is the amount we're receiving?
$33,713.
All right. All right, thank you. Any questions? All right. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
K5 is regarding the Texas Community Block Grant for water and sewer improvements in the unincorporated community of Elmont, recording of Texas Department of Agricultural review of single audit report. This is just recording that letter from TDA stating that a review of the single audit report was completed on this block grant and there were no administrative findings on the report. We just need a motion to accept it for recording.
Good.
Motion to accept the letter for recording.
Second.
All right, motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Case 6 is regarding the Bureau of Justice Assistance Small Rural Tribal Body Worn Camera Program, authorization of additional grant award for Constable Precinct 1, and I believe we have both April Lingo and Kevin Carter on via Zoom.
Hello, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the grant, the small rural tribal grant that we got for our body cameras reached out to us. We've been in compliance with them and they had a little bit of extra money that they wanted to give to the county. And so we're just trying to get approval from the court so we can submit the signed document to the grant coordinator there. And they will, they have up to an additional $20,000 for us for the storage of the body cameras.
Okay. All right. Any questions on that? All right, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
There's a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Thank you.
Items K7 and K8 are the same topic, but a different grant, so I think we can handle them together. K7 is regarding the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services Title IV-E grant. It's an authorization of federal funding accountability and transparency act certification for the FY24 for legal services. And then K8 is under the 4E grant, authorization of federal funding accountability and transparency act certification for FY24 for child welfare services. Francis.
So I think that sums it up. So it is just a certification form that's needed for both of those grants through Texas Department of Family and Protective Services.
Okay. Any questions? If not, I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Under item L, Department Office Specific Requests, L1 needs to be pulled with no action.
All right. Pull with no action.
L2 is purchasing, authorization of online auction with Renee Bates, related ad, in order declaring certain property as surplus and authorizing the disposition of same. Ken?
Yeah, we have some lots behind the purchasing department. We've got a few at the Cobb's building and we have some at Road and Bridge 1. If court's approved, we'll tentatively begin the auction on July 27th and close on August 10th, 2023.
All right. Any questions? All right. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
L3, Specialty Court, authorization of order accepting donations. Francis?
Sure. So this is just the list of donations for the months of May and June for specialty court, and just needs your acceptance.
All right. Thank you. And this is something we see along, and we appreciate these folks that support one of our programs that our county court of law judge heads up. So I'll make a motion, we accept these gifts, I guess you call them.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
L4 is Information Technology, discussion and action regarding Udemy Professional Development Training Platform. John?
Good morning.
Morning.
So what this is a professional development training platform, a software licensing. It's a 3-year agreement. We're requesting for 26 licenses, which is on a DIR, the state IT DIR contract. And this would benefit HR and IT at this point, and there are multiple other courses that could possibly be extended to other departments going forward. The cost of each license is $360 a year. This would be a 3-year locked-in price, so this price shouldn't exceed this unless we add licenses, which of course is possible with adding personnel. So it'd be 26 initial licenses at $9,360 for the year, and then 7 what they call Business Pro add-on licenses. What those add at $1,260 a year is more hands-on, so to speak. It is still virtual, but it's actually practicing the concepts that you'll be learning in the courses. For a total on year 1 of $10,620. Again, this would only increase years 2 and 3 if we add licenses. And 26 is the minimum on the contract, so that's why we pulled in HR originally, because Anna and her group see value in that, the director of HR. Beyond that, I would just say that, again, this could be extended to other departments because there are other courses on here, like management courses, that could be applicable to other departments.
Are there?
Take any questions.
Yeah, what about, I wonder if there's any road and bridge, might talk to Zane about that and see if there's some road and bridge training. I know Zane had mentioned once before that trying to implement maybe a safety training, just a very basic training, but just to shore up our TAC insurance license side. So,
Yeah, it's not sure, but I can pass the full course listing on to all of our department heads and see what they might find useful.
okay, sounds good.
The licenses can be added at any time in quantities of 5.
Right, all right. Okay, any questions? If not, is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passed.
Thank you.
Under item M, additional items for discussion and potential action. M1's discussion and action on requests for waiver of penalties and interest on property taxes. M1A is regarding requests submitted by Clint Brackeen. And the postmark date on this one was February the 2nd. Check date was January 30th, and his letter to us states that he mailed it on January 30th. So this is one that we recommend for approval.
All right, any questions? All right, I'll make a motion we approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passed.
M2 is the Greater Waco Chamber of Commerce. M2A and M2B are both monthly economic development reports that we're going to hold until tomorrow, until Chris is in court for her budget request.
All right, we'll hold.
M3 is discussion and or action regarding internment requests for Restland Cemetery. Heather?
Yes, good morning.
Morning.
So at their expense, Mr. Jimmy and Janet Doral are requesting to have their cremated remains interred at Restland Cemetery upon their death. They've completed their pre-needs arrangements with Oak Crest Funeral Home. And if approved, the county would simply assign 2 urn plots and collect reimbursement for any cost associated with those interments from their trustee at the time of interment. As per our policy now, markers would be provided by McLennan County with their name, year of birth, and year of death, and no other markers are permitted per our policy. And at the time of their passing, if there were any cost associated with markers, that cost would also be passed on to their trustee for reimbursement.
Okay. All right. Any questions? All right, I'll make a motion we approve. Is there a second? Motion made second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passed.
Thank you.
M4.
Thank you.
M4 is authorization of Alacrity Solutions Condition Report, Total Loss Settlement Offer. Francis?
Sure. So this is the net offer after our deductibles, $12,954.58. And this is to cover a total loss on a 2017 Ford Explorer. So just need approval of that offer.
Okay, any questions? If not, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
M5 is authorization of proposal to rename section of Ross Road to LBJ Spur. Zane?
Yes, sir. This agenda item is to rename about a 725-foot section of Ross Road that kind of spurs off of Ross Road and ties into West Tours Road. And in order to make sure that 911 first responders don't get confused where they may be needed, and for also future development reasons, 911 has requested this section of road be given a different name. And Jim Jaska, mayor of Ross, has taken this to the city council, and they've brought forth the recommended name of LBJ Spur. And so we've reviewed it and recommend that this section of road be renamed LBJ Spur.
All right, any questions?
LBJ, do you know what that stands for? Is it?
No, sir, I do not. That's just what was recommended by
I
the
hope
city.
it doesn't stand for.
It's Lyndon Baines Johnson, isn't it?
Well, it could be something LB Jaska or something like that out there. So I haven't, I'll ask the mayor when I see him next.
Okay, so you are.
I'm fine with it.
All right, you
Motion to approve.
All right, there's a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Right under item N, Americans with Disabilities Compliance Project. N1 is authorization of professional services invoice with CPNY, doing business as STV for records build and ADA renovations for February through March. Invoice number 1. Ken, did you want to handle it, or would you like me to?
Oh, I just, this showed up on a previous invoice from them that we hadn't seen the invoice. And so I called them to request a copy of the invoice. Again, this was from February through March. So it was lagging behind. So again, we're just paying the invoice that we didn't get previously.
Okay. All right, any questions? I'll make a motion, we approve it.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Have nothing under item O this week. Under item P, McLennan County Radio Tower Project. P1 is authorization of quote from CDWG for UPS power modules and batteries for Precinct 3 Tower. Ken?
Yes, it's a long story, but we have a UPS box that didn't have the power modules or batteries in it. And this is to replace or to actually purchase those items to go in the UPS that we need at Road and Bridge 3. It's in the amount of $11,091. What? I'm sorry, I keep on looking at the wrong thing. It's
96.
$9,623.19.
All right, any questions?
Did we think they were in the box when we purchased the box?
To share the story, this UPS was on order through Western Towers when we were building the Woodway Tower. We took the UPS that we had for Road and Bridge 3 and used it at the Woodway Tower, and when that UPS came in, it didn't have these items associated with it. And literally what happened is Western Tower had ordered the wrong part number, and so we're just trying to catch up.
Now, is that part of their contract or ours, or?
Well, we placed it, we moved it from under their order to under our order at the time at my recommendation, so that we would have one coming, because they were hard to get a hold of. And again, no one realized at that time that it was the wrong part number.
But we're not paying twice for the same item.
No, we're not paying twice for this. We bought a box.
Deduct that from their Are we gonna deduct that from your contract?
It wasn't our contract. It was,
For the states?
well, it was under Heart Attack, Hot Cog.
Okay.
But we're not paying twice for the same thing.
Okay.
We bought a box, and now we're buying the components to go in the box. So we're not doubling up, and literally, we didn't get brooked on the price. We're just trying to make it whole.
Okay. Oh, okay, I see. Really, this should be the Woodway Towers UPS.
Right.
Okay.
And I borrowed one from Peter to pay Paul.
Okay. Okay, anything to get these towers going. I mean,
Amen.
this project
Amen.
is just, you know, and I understand that.
Motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made, second. Any other discussion?
I understand the supply chain logistics and everything like that.
Right. Any other questions, comments? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passed.
All right, and Judge, that takes care of the action items for today, just minus the FY24 budget discussion.
Okay. And if you want to take just a few minutes, but I think several of us have a 11:30. And we have to probably have 15-minute travel time. So if you want to set us up for the, or we can.
Yeah, I just kind of give an overview of what we
Yeah.
want to do today in the week, and then
Great.
we'll begin.
Okay.
I know I've sent out the schedule now. It's been revised a few times, just in the recent days. But today after lunch, so we have, 6 of our outside entities that request funding most years. So we're gonna be hearing from them, and then continuing through the week, we're gonna be hearing from Chris Collins, and she'll cover all of the economic development topics. We're gonna have all of the City of Waco, parties here at one time, so we'll have the finance director, and then library, OSSF, emergency management. So that way we'll have all of those people together at one time. So hopefully if there's any more questions, those can all be answered. And then we'll also have Heart of Texas Behavioral Network. Terminology. They will also be with us this week. So a lot of these outside parties coming in, so we can finish that up this week. And then, of course, we need to go back to the personnel items, those heavier items, so COLA and health insurance and incentive pay. And so later in the week, we'll be coming back to those. And then we have this list of things that we didn't get a feel yet on what you want to put in the proposed budget. So we'll be circling back to those items so that when we walk out of here this week, we should have what we think you intend as the proposed budget. And then moving into next Tuesday, we'll have the proposed budget filed. You'll vote on a proposed tax rate. And then that will start the process. So of course you can make changes in the month of August before we adopt, but that just gives us that really good start. It lets the public also know what you're proposing. It allows them the opportunity to speak on it. So,
Okay.
just that's my.
And so, on these presentations from the, what do we call them,
Outside entities
Yeah,
or,
entities.
but contracted, we have contracts with all of them.
Right, and they furnished information, but in their presentation, if you have questions that they need to answer, and they go ahead and let them know right now, so they can get it back to us within a day or so we can, before the end of the week's out, we can make the call on those. But I don't think we, obviously, we don't vote till we vote on the budget, but today, I don't think we even have to tell them while they're here that we're okay with it or not. We can do that, when we can listen to everything, get all the information, be prepared, so when we get past this and keep things down, that's one of the big decisions we're gonna have to make, because there's lots of dollars in this piece.
There is, and we'll be hearing from them through the week, so I feel like you said, like on Friday or whatever date maybe, we'll circle back to the entire list and we can run through those.
Right.
And then you can let us know what you feel at that time.
And then whatever the court's decision is, then we will communicate with them fairly quickly, and we can do it through our office, do that, so. Yeah, does that sound all right? That's kind of how we've been doing it.
So that sound all right? Yeah, I'm not too interested in too many increases to these outside agencies. So unless we are contracted, unless we're obligated by contract to increase it, like our contracts to the city and things like that, I'm really not too keen on a lot of these.
Yeah, and so it's their job to convince us that we do anything different or less or more, so,
But I agree, today we just listen.
yeah, listen and,
Or tomorrow, whenever.
Yep. Okay, anything else, Francis?
No, I don't have anything else.
All right, so we're gonna recess until, I think we posted at 1, didn't we? But at 1. Yeah, so as quick as we can get back here, but no later than 1:30.
Okay.
I'm hoping to be, I hope the presentation's not too long and we don't offend anybody getting up and walking out, but that's exactly what I'm gonna do if it gets too late, so. I'll try to leave there no later than 1.
So if I'm not going, just be back over here around 1.
Yeah, because we could start as quick as we get back. So
Okay.
there's at least 2 members of the court that are going. If you're not going, there's 3. I think you had.
I don't think I'm,
I wouldn't do it.
yeah, I just don't think I'm up to.
I'll take notes. and-
Okay, thank you. So I'll just plan on being back over here around 1.
Okay. All right, anything else? All right, well,
And Judge, we probably do just need to give a time for the public. So if we want to say 1:15 and then if we're, a couple minutes late and just don't start before then.
yeah, okay, 1:15.
Okay.
All right, we recess to 1:15.
Recording in progress.
And you're like, this was Courtney's fault. I know. It was. Courtney did it look like he got it that earlier. So.
Okay, let's call court back into session. All right. So Francis,
Yes, sir.
you and Haley are
Yes.
up.
So I passed out some handouts. I know sometimes these are repetitive, but the top is just a schedule for the week. Things are subject to change quickly. I know Thursday, we're not sure quite how we'll orchestrate that day, but we'll keep you posted, but just kind of give you an idea. The second part of the attachment is a stapled document, and we have 6 entities with us this afternoon. So this is just kind of a quick overview of the amount requested and then historically what's been funded the last 4 years and where that funds came from. So just while they're presenting that, I thought that might help how you see it. And then the back page is just, again, this is ever changing, but just as was of the last time we left here, this is what that summary looked like. So again, as soon as we start updating things this week, that will change, but just wanted to show you where we were, so.
It's not repetitive if it's over a week old.
Yeah, that's true, that's true.
Can I ask a question about that last page?
Of course.
We're at the top where you have the fund balance at, is it 55.5% or 72? Is there a dollar amount that shows the difference between that and our target number?
Not on here, but if you took that, like based on these expenditures here, like that very, very bottom line where it says 50.4 million,
Target fund, mhm.
I think you could almost use that as a good guide to say.
So if you
it's 22 million over.
subtracted that from the 70, you have 12, okay, all right.
Well, just to get a quick calculation there.
Ballpark, right.
And then again, we do have certified values as of yesterday, but do not have calculated rates as of yet. So hopefully that will be very soon, and so then we can really plug in those numbers to see what those look like.
Okay,
Because it will, the revenue, of course, will be tweaked.
Okay, because the new calculated rate will be like the new current or the no new revenue rate?
It will be the final no new revenue rate, voter approval rate, that then you will make a decision on if you want to go with one of those or a different number. The numbers we've been looking at are just preliminary, based on.
Right. No, go ahead.
I think McCad may be meeting Thursday morning to do the final.
For their budget?
Because I know Commissioner Perry has got to be there for that vote, and then he'll be back here. I think
Yes.
he's got 2 things he's got to be at.
Yes, that's their, I think their budget for the appraisal district.
Okay.
That all the entities fund a portion of.
Right. Okay.
So that's what they're,
Yeah, okay, it's not the value. It's not the-
correct. So they sent those out yesterday.
Their board is expressly prohibited from dealing with any values. Isn't that my understanding of the?
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
They're just reporting the values, like what we got yesterday was just the report, and you're right.
So the rate on the spreadsheet, what rate is that?
I think that .333, I think that's the preliminary no new revenue rate. It just gave us something to play with and look at scenarios.
Because we did have the current rate up there, correct?
We did, and so that's just in there because the last time we left it, that was the scenario we had plugged in, so. This has no bearing on anything that will be proposed or continued to talk about, so. Any other questions before we?
I think we're ready to hear from our outside entities.
So first up, we have Ally Asherle with the Advocacy Center. I'll let her.
Yeah.
You can come up. Okay.
Yeah. So, there's a couple of microphones there because it's a recorded.
Sure.
This is a public meeting, even though there's not many people in the room, there's a lot of people watching. No pressure.
No, it's great.
Good
Yeah.
afternoon.
Are you ready for me to get started?
It's till you win.
Okay. Yeah, my name is Ally Asherle, and I am the Executive Director at the Advocacy Center for Crime Victims and Children here in Waco. So first, thank you for your continued support of the agency and for giving me the opportunity to update you on kind of the exciting work and the important work that we offer residents of Waco and McLennan County. As you all know, people all across McLennan County experience acts of violence every day, and our goal is to provide services to survivors of violent crimes and their families to help them access resources and navigate the aftermath of traumatic events, to help them find stability and safety and improve the overall quality of their lives, while also working to prevent those acts of violence from happening in the first place. So today, we would like to request $20,400 from McLennan County, which, as was noted, is an increase from what has historically been given. We're requesting this amount because we have two roles that have an on-call component. Our crisis hotline staff and our forensic interviewers are on call after hours each week and on the weekends to be available for any emergencies that might occur. Currently, those staff members who are on call do not receive any extra pay for being on call. Though there are restrictions for them while they're on call. They can't go out of town, they can't be like drinking or something on a weekend because they would have to respond in a responsible and timely way to a call. Because it is written into their job description, they don't get any extra compensation for that. They're allowed to flex their time, but we believe that the work that they're doing is important, and we also want to make sure we're compensating our staff in a way that helps us to retain quality staff and provide quality services for the folks of McLennan County. So we would like to offer those two roles, $200 a week for each week they're on call. So two roles at for 52 weeks is $20,800, but we believe that we can get the half of that $20,800 from a different grant, which is why we're requesting the increase of $10,400. So to kind of put that into a little perspective, to date, our crisis hotline, we have a 24-hour crisis hotline that responds to both local hospitals for victims of sexual assault to provide hospital accompaniment during their sexual assault forensic exams. And to date, we've had 123 sexual assault forensic exams conducted where one of our staff or volunteers has been accompanying that victim at the hospital, and 80 of those have been after hours. And the average length of time for one of those calls, the length of that accompaniment is about 3 hours, but it can go up to 8 hours. People are at the hospital with clients. And then for our forensic interviewers to date, we've had 17 completed emergency forensic interviews. And what makes a forensic interview an emergency is if they're it's following a traumatic event, such as a kidnapping, or if a child witnessed a homicide, or a child witnessed another violent assault. If the interview will gather information that the sort of immediacy is important, that evidence would otherwise be lost if it was delayed, or if the child is in immediate danger and we need to find another situation for them. So for example, if a child made an outcry of abuse at school and it's about to be time to go home, or it's about to be the weekend, we need to have an interview immediately so that we can find emergency placement for that child so they're not going back to where they have already been harmed. So that's kind of to put in perspective the need for those on-call services. The $10,000 that we've been granted the last several years is critical to the services we offer. So we're asking for that $10,400 in addition to the $10,000 we've historically gotten. The work that we do, like I said, encompasses a lot. We like to think of it as a holistic wraparound approach. We have forensic interviewers, our family advocates, and our child sexual abuse examiner who work with children and families who've experienced physical or sexual abuse. We have our 24-hour crisis hotline who responds to victims and survivors of sexual assault. We have counselors and case managers who offer counseling and case management services to people of all ages. We have play therapy for kids and a series of modalities for therapy, for trauma, for adults and kids alike. And then our prevention and education department works in schools and other youth-serving organizations and communities with the goal of seeing meaningful change in the attitudes, beliefs, and behaviors that might lead to the perpetration of sexual violence.
So the work that we do is unique. No other agency in McLennan County or the other 6 counties we serve offer these services. They're unique to what we do, and we know very important to the residents of McLennan County and beyond. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have, but that, yeah, so thank you for your support in the past, and we're looking forward to it in the future.
Questions? Questions? So, the on-call folks have been on-call before. This is just additional compensation supplement.
Correct.
For that.
Correct. It's written into their job description, so technically we don't have to offer them any more. But, you know, a lot of times they're giving up a weekend, like I said, or on the evenings, and we want to make sure that we're retained. We really think we have good, high-quality staff. We've invested a lot in them, in staff development and their personal development and training. We want to retain them because that's better for our clients. It's better for us. And so we think that, we believe, based on feedback from our staff, that is a way that we can do that by offering them a small stipend each week they're on call.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
I had a couple.
Question, yeah, go ahead.
Are these case managers, these individuals who are filling the on-call spots? Is it, can you tell us how much they earn, the salary?
Yeah, right now, about 37,500.
37.5. And they work a Monday through Friday? Do they work a rotating?
They work, so
week?
they are office staff. They work Monday through Friday, our regular business hours. And then, of course, if they were to take a call in the middle of the night, say from 2 a.m. to 5 a.m., they would be able to come in 3 hours late or leave 3 hours early. Of course, we want our staff well rested. But a lot of those calls do happen in the middle of the night for them due to the nature of that type of crime. And so, so yes.
Okay. They work weekends? You gave me, okay, 'cause you gave me Monday through Friday.
Oh, I'm sorry. They are at the office, like regular business hours, Monday through Friday. They are on call the weekend and after business hours.
Okay.
Yes, and they're on call on a rotational basis.
Okay, and give me that salary again?
37.5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, other questions?
What's your turnover like?
Low. We have a low turnover generally. People who have left have almost exclusively cited the amount we can pay folks. Unfortunately, that is determined by grants. The need is greater than the amount we receive, so we have to have this amount of people providing the services to fulfill the need. But that makes the money be spread a little more thin in terms of what we can pay people. So our turnover is quite low.
What's your full-time staff number?
Right now, it is 30.
Yeah, 30?
Yes.
But that's more than just McLennan County then, right?
Correct. We also serve Bosque, Falls, Freestone, Hill, and Limestone counties.
6 counties.
Yes.
What are your requirements to be hired as a case manager? Like what would that posting look like? What do you hire?
Sure, yeah. Educational requirements would be an undergraduate degree in a related field. So for us, that would be social work, criminal justice, public health, some things like that, or equivalent experience in a similar role. We also would prefer experience specifically working with victims of crime or victims of sexual violence. It's a pretty niche, or it can be niche in understanding the trauma and the needs of those victims and those survivors. And so we would prefer that. That's not a requirement. We provide plenty of training. But we have lots of people who apply are specifically interested in serving this population, or so have had either a long interest in it or personal investment in it. And so that is not as uncommon as you might think to have someone with experience in that area.
Yeah. That's probably why you say you don't have a high turnover, but you have post-secondary degreed people, and you're paying them 37.5.
Oh, yes, nobody is there because of what we're making. People are there because they are invested and committed to this work and serving this particular population. We would love to change that, that they're also there for being paid a more competitive wage.
Other questions? Okay, well, thank you for the presentation, and as we move through this process over the next couple of days, if we have additional questions, we'll ask you. Otherwise, we'll make a decision after reviewing all the outside entities' requests and those things.
Great, thank you all so much, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So next up, we have Jane Allen with the McLennan County Investment Fund.
She looks familiar.
A retread. McLennan Community Investment. That's okay, that's okay. I have a good time making that clarification. We were at MCC this morning, and I had to clarify we are not McLennan Community, don't quit listening, Investment Fund. We had a wonderful morning at MCC visiting with folks from Goldman Sachs who do a 10,000 small business education program.
Great.
14-week education program for small business owners to really grow them up. It sounds marvelous. It's a pleasure to see each of you again this year because I'm back with gratitude and thanks and a request. No surprise to you. I would like to introduce to you Eduardo Vasquez, who is our loan program director. We'll call it MCSIF for ease. And Jocelyn Williams. Jocelyn is at Central Texas African American Chamber, and she has just joined our board of directors.
Good.
So they came in my support and to meet you and to see you and see what goes on here. So McLennan Community Investment Fund is quite grateful to McLennan County for your continued support. And we are back to ask for that support once again. And if you notice in our application, we ask for a bump. You have offered us $50,000 in grant each year that we put immediately into our permanent loan fund, and we loan that money out to small business owners. This year, we asked for that same $50,000 for a permanent loan fund and an additional $50,000 for operating expense. But let me stop here and say, our biggest celebration today is the fact that we earned our CDFI designation.
Yeah, congratulations. I was
Thank
going
you.
to bring that up if you didn't. I thought you would, though.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't miss many opportunities to offer that information. May 1st, that became effective. It had been in the mill for a year, that application, and CDFI underwent a major rewrite of their applications and their certifications, and so we awarded ours in May and are quite proud of that. And that changes the scope of what we have the privilege of doing in the future, because that will allow us to seek a financial assistance grant, which is more money than we've had available from CDFI over the last 2.5 years. We've had technical assistance grants, each awarded for $125,000. We don't even know what our limits are yet for our financial assistance grant, but it will be a sum far greater than 125, which will allow us to lend and grow and develop mightily. We're proud of our growth thus far. Our experience says from day one, we have lent out $356,783. And that's good. We'd like for it to be more, but we've also been very frugal with our grant monies to lend it properly. We joked when I left last year that we had no charge-offs. And I think you, Judge Felton, said, oh, just wait. We still have no charge-offs.
And after 30 years of banking, I couldn't say that on any one year that I didn't have a charge.
Charge-offs. We do have workouts, but we are not in the mood to take collateral If somebody is willing to meet us face forward with why they're late, why they can't make their payments in a timely manner, and Eduardo is very good at working through workouts. So we do that. We leave them on the books, they stay past due, and we allow them to pay it out without charging it off and without repossessing their property. So we're still proud of that fact. Is it good business practice? These are small loans. Our average is $8,500. It's probably not good business practice in the banking realm, big scheme of things, but it works for us. CDFIs like charge-offs. That means you're making enough loans. You're extending your money far enough. If you've seen our last report, we are very well distributed throughout the demographic of our investment area. We have the wide array of race, location. Until this report, everybody was in the investment area, which is Waco, Belmead, Beverly Hills, Robinson, Lacey Lakeview. This year, we've branched out and allowed one to come in who operates in Waco but offices elsewhere. But we have room. CDF allows that for us to take in some exceptions to the investment area. Not a big loan. What else do you want to know?
The investment area, is that just the urban, what the,
Incorporated cities.
yeah, but you know, we had that map.
Mm-hmm. It's the census tracts.
Mm-hmm.
There are 26 census tracts that are, with the exception of Robinson, Belmead, Lacey Lakeview, they are within Loop 340 or Highway 6, Lakeshore Drive. It does extend beyond Franklin and into the Belmead area, but it's not Woodway, it's not Hewitt, it's just
Okay, so it is the
core of
the
Waco.
economic kind of census tracts.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay.
Based on median family income or something.
Yeah, it's all based upon the availability of income in the businesses and the families who live in those census tracts. So we do a pretty heavy concentration in the two opportunity zones, being 76701 and 76704. We like to meet the needs of folks who have businesses there. So we love what we do. We're proud of what we do. You asked the previous interviewee about their turnover. We have had one staff member resign. I've been there since day one. We have another staff member who couldn't be here today, Ilda Sabido. She's been there a year and 4 months. Eduardo came last fall in October. So we're steady. When we hire them, we are steady. And that makes for very good continuity for our borrowers, to know the folks who are there, know what to expect, and look forward to seeing them. We have contracted with a fund consulting company, and I think this is valuable for you to know, in that CDFI has so many reports that are due on any given day. For instance, our CDFI was acknowledged and certified May 1. Our first annual renewal was July 30th. So we had to turn around really quickly. So this fund consulting serves the needs of many CDFIs and NeighborWorks across the nation, and they help us stay on time, accumulate the data that's important for these applications, speak for CDFI because they know the workings of that organization that we might not know. And so they are a very strong ally for us, both in knowledge and work. I hoped it would be the equivalent of an additional staff member. It's not quite there yet, but I think it will get there from a knowledge standpoint and an availability standpoint. But they have already produced great work for us. What else? Thanks again.
Have you had a
Yes,
question?
Pat.
Other
Okay.
questions? Oh, go
I
ahead.
do.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Okay. You do mention in your information that given the demographics of the investment area, there's every reason to believe that the percentages of families who are underserved by the financial system are greater than FDIC statewide findings. So when you say that statement, what exactly are you saying?
Repeat that for me once again,
Okay,
please.
it's that last.
In the application?
I thought he's gonna bring it to you. Given the demographics of the investment area, it's under the need for funding topic. As shown by the census tract data. Do you have it, Jane? I can bring it to you because I'm looking at it on the screen.
I think it's referring to underbanked or unbanked,
Okay,
that the people living in this area are statistically below the state average for unbanked or unbanked, underbanked or unbanked residents.
Per the FDIC research.
FDIC.
That's correct.
okay,
Which is,
one more time. I just kind of, because I have a question to ask you, but I want to make sure I understand what that statement means.
All right,
When
thank
you
you.
write it.
So the FDIC does their research to see who within each census tract is adequately banked or underbanked,
Okay.
for whatever reason that might be. And that, we have learned, is a multitude of reasons that people choose to not do business with banks.
Okay.
Some of it's personal, some of it's fear, some of it's lack of trust. But we use that data based upon their research, FDIC's research, to see the numbers of uninsured and underinsured folks within our census.
Okay. So if I'm looking in that investment area and I'm looking at the income data and the demographics, because 34 loans on average at 8,500, but the loans equal 311,000, that's really good work. Do you have a breakdown in the demographics of the loan recipients?
Yes. This is a 6-month breakdown,
Okay.
January 1st through June 30th of this year. 3 of our loan recipients are Black, 4 are Hispanic, and 1 is white.
Oh, okay, that's not the, okay. I was
That's-
trying to equal up to 34.
Oh, no, no. That was just the
Okay.
6-month spread.
Okay,
of
can
it.
you get the breakdown for the other? Okay.
Sure.
Okay, and say that again for me, because you have my paper over there.
Yes, okay. This was actually in the report submitted effective June 30th.
Okay.
And I'll put a copy on top.
Oh, you're so kind. You do great work. I keep bumping into you, so I'm so happy for the work that you do.
Thank you. If we were to offer a challenge, finding our borrowers is our biggest challenge.
Okay.
We see a lot of people.
Yeah, I think we talked about that. We did, we talked about
We see a lot of people. And we educate a lot of people. Our technical assistance program is robust. And in a year's time, we have 100 come through those programs. And so we see a lot of people for either technical assistance or one-on-one or in a course or whatever it may be. But finding the borrower is our biggest challenge, because some people are just reticent to borrow money. They just don't want to. They want to work out of their pocket.
Well, that's an extension of the distrust of being underbanked or unbanked.
That's right.
Just an extension of that.
That's right. I agree. But we continue to work hard. We're finding new avenues to find these borrowers because we know the majority of them are not members of chambers of commerce, where we go network a lot, looking for hope for referrals from those members. But our borrowers are not there. Because they either can't afford to be a member of the chamber, they don't understand the value of being a member, what services might come from that organization. So they're not there for us to meet one-on-one. So it really requires a one-on-one visitation. Eduardo and Jocelyn have begun to work together on resolving some of that through the African American Chamber connection in that opportunity zone and meeting people face to face so that we can assure them we're here on their best interest and we do our work on their best interest. You know, our interest rates are enviable, 6 to 9%. 9 being the greatest interest rate we charge. So if you all need a loan, come right on. It's a good interest rate.
I don't know about my FICO score. It might be below room temperature. I don't know.
Not today's room temperature or outside temperature.
Yeah, well, yeah. So, once you qualify someone and you actually extend a loan to them, it's my understanding that really you want to get these people in a position that they build their credit and those things where they can go somewhere else eventually to meet their needs. But this service really provides that gap between traditional banking and loan sharks and are not doing anything and just kind of staying where they are.
That's right.
And so I definitely see the purpose. I know when we initially started, it was I wouldn't say it was a no-brainer because, you know, we have to be very careful of taxpayer money and how we invest it. But we could see, you know, return back to the community. And that gap does not get a lot of attention. We understand that.
We do, and it's our privilege to be able to try to close that gap, educate those people. We can tell who is a payday borrower because they rotate through the door quite frequently. We can tell those who are reticent to borrow. We don't work strictly off FICO scores, but we talk about, we try to educate, we try to improve, help them improve that score over time. So they will be bankable. And we work with the banks looking for referrals of clients they cannot deal with.
Right.
They cannot loan to. So
Once you initially make these loans and they walk out the door, that's not the end of it because y'all walk hand in hand with them to help them and educate them and continue to help them understand what's happening, what needs to happen. I know
that's
that.
exactly right. They make a commitment to us based upon a requirement made by us that they will attend X number of our information buffet programs throughout the year. Or they can pick up some additional information elsewhere and tell us about it, report it to us. We've turned them on to SCORE, if you're familiar with SCORE, which is an SBA program, a free program of education, which just has a plethora of knowledge and information. So we keep them aware of what SCORE has to offer, because it's far more than we could ever offer. This Goldman Sachs program could be a real nugget, probably not for many in our clientele, because we have so many sole operators. They can't afford to be gone. Program is free through Goldman Sachs, but our operators can't afford to be out of work a day every other week. But there'll be some good education that comes out of it that we can enjoy spreading within. Likewise, our friends at the different chambers have their programs that we refer them to. We refer people to grants. If we can find grants for them, it's far better to turn them on to a grant that they do not have to repay than it is a loan that they must. So we refer them to grants. And we thank you for the ARPA money that you sent our way. We have used a little greater than half of that $50,000. And that's not reported in the report I submitted to you. So we do good work. Numbers aren't big, but the work is big.
Would you say that your volume has increased?
It has. It's been a very slow growth, but it has increased. I don't have the year to year in front of me, but let's see what I do have in front of me.
Any flattening or decline lately?
No, we haven't seen it flatten out. We haven't seen a great decline. It requires our diligence in order to get people in to borrow. It requires being in front of them regularly. And so we try to stay in touch. We have a whole different clientele of those who seek the education, not the loan, but they come for the education, which is good. It is good. We have a new newsletter that we publish. We've published 2 thus far. Be glad to put you on the list if you'd like to get it, since you probably don't get many other emails.
I want to make sure I wrote this down right. You said the interest rate on your loans is anywhere from 6% to 9%?
That's correct.
Because that's not high at all.
Not at all.
So,
No,
Relative to the risk, it's not high at all.
correct. Correct.
I guess because I know some people with small businesses, and they're funding a lot of expenditures through a credit card.
Yes.
And credit cards go anywhere from 23 to 29%.
Right.
When you get them,
What'd you say?
I said, when you can
When-
get them.
when you
Yeah, if you can get
them.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Well, we want him to talk about how much loan shark rates are.
Oh,
Right.
yeah. But I know you're out there recruiting, because if I'm, everywhere I go, I bump into you.
Yes.
So I know you're out there putting in the time.
Well, thank you for noticing, because that's our method, is to be in front of the people wherever they may be. Be it a referral source, as I see you in so many places.
Yeah. We had a good time at the second time, what was the second time prom? Second chance prom.
That's it.
And if you didn't get it right the first time, you had a second chance.
Yeah, all right. Well, I'm not there yet.
But
We think of ourselves as the first responders when there is nobody else to go to that's reasonable in cost, that's ethical in behavior. Then we like to be the first responder to the person who cannot but needs financing for their small business.
Questions? Anyone? We appreciate your presentation. We've got numerous requests that we're going to go through. Probably have them all, most of them today. We got maybe 1 or 2 more, but outside of this, today's, wouldn't surprise you that we have all requests are more than they have been.
No, it
And,
wouldn't surprise me.
We may have to come to you for a loan.
We'll just loan it back to you.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Oh, hi. Alfred Solano from our board is also
I recognize
here.
that, gentlemen. Yeah, thanks for coming.
Thank you. So I thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it very much. Do.
Have a good afternoon.
Y'all do good work.
Thanks. We'll continue, I promise.
Okay.
Are y'all on break?
every time. we go.
I'm gonna check these guys out.
Okay, good.
See y'all. Good to see you.
Everywhere I go, I bump into her.
Pardon me?
Everywhere I go, I bump into her.
Oh, she's high energy.
Yes.
I've known her 40 years, back in banking and all that. She's been in everything.
She had Judge Allen at the second chance prom.
Yeah, she is. Judge Allen, yeah. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I should have mentioned this earlier, and I know y'all probably mostly know this, but on the budget drive, under budget requests, there's the outside entity request folder. And anything we received, I know you had that printout, anything we received from the entities is scanned in there. And then there's a summary of all the requests last year compared to this year. So just wanted to make sure that was
I mean,
clear.
it's the same thing. It's on this sheet here, right?
I did that just for today.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, she has a
So,
Yeah, Nadine.
I know there's so many
Okay.
sheets.
wonderful report.
Yes, ma'am.
So, okay.
Okay.
So we have Mike Vogelar with us next with the Sports Commission, and I know he is not quite here, and he was going to be here at 2. So we're just a few minutes ahead of schedule. But I have something I can fill in a gap.
Jump in there.
I don't mean to put Dustin on the spot, but I wanted to talk a little bit about dispute resolution.
Yeah.
So, and Dustin, take it away whenever you know a little more than me. Catherine Logan is the director of the Dispute Resolution Center. So, you know, we've had an agreement with them for many, many years. You fund a portion of what we give them out of the general fund. And that is for the CPS mediation program. And so their request there has not changed. You'll see that in the general fund under that dispute resolution department. There's another side of it. There is a special revenue fund, and it's the dispute resolution fund. So there is a court cost, a fee that is collected specifically for that purpose, and it sits in a special revenue fund. We have been funding them $54,000 out of that special revenue fund for some years now. The revenue that it's funneled into that fund has increased over, you know, the last 5-10 years. And so really that's the only purpose we can use that fund for. And so we would like to increase, or they would like to increase as well, that funding from that special revenue fund up to $90,000. And that is very comparable to what we're actually taking in as revenue each year into that special revenue fund.
And that's the 54 one or the 63 one?
So 63,000 comes from general fund.
Okay, it's the-
And then the 54,000 to 90,000 is the special
Is
revenue
that
fund.
special one? Okay.
And so, and Dustin, add to that if needed, but I think, you know, being that that's a special revenue fund specifically for that purpose, we didn't know if you wanted to hear from her as well. But, you know, please let us know when we could get her in, and then, sorry, Dustin, I kept talking, but add anything
No,
to
you're-
that you need to.
You're good. Francis covered it perfectly. I am now on that board, and at a board meeting, Michael Brown, who's on that board and has presented to Commissioners Court before, had brought up that question. And I told him I would visit with Francis, and did so. And I know that fund, like Francis has said, has built up some. We have a new director in that role now, as she mentioned, Catherine Logue. And the previous director started right at the beginning of COVID, and it was just really difficult, you know, kind of mediation, dispute resolution through that time. But Catherine has came in and has a very clear, good vision and clear direction from the board. And so I expect really great things from that center. I know it's an integral part to our justice system as well, and it's something the judges appreciate. And so that is the request. As Francis said, it's kind of more aligning it with the revenue that's actually coming in. And we do think it would be put to good use.
So going forward, likely then that request each year will mirror the amount of money that's actually coming into that fund because it's dedicated money.
Yes, and we'll continue to estimate those revenues each year, and then if we see a substantial increase, then yes, we could, you know, look at ways that could be used, or they may have projects that they want to request funding for in addition, so.
Did it go up in 2020 also too? I mean, did it?
In the special revenue fund or in the general fund?
Yeah.
What was
Let
your
me look
question?
real
I'm
quick.
sorry, I didn't hear the.
If that, I mean, really that would be the only year in question that I think that it would not have gone up, would be 2020.
Oh, okay, good.
Even though the revenue is ramping up, we kept the amount we were funneling to them because it was per the agreement, at the same level.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, I'd like to see a trend in the,
When I'm looking at estimated ending fund balance, 9/30/22, and I'm looking at a figure of 165,390, and I'm over in the special revenue.
Yes.
What is that number?
Sorry, 1 sec. Let me catch up to you.
Okay.
So yes, so as the fund balance has built up in there, revenues have exceeded what we have paid out to the center. And so you see that estimated beginning fund balance of 165,000, you're correct.
And where is that found in our budget?
This is in the special revenue funds,
Okay.
and we can, I'm sorry, I'm not locked into the Zoom, I would share real quick. I know this kind of came up suddenly, and we'll look at this, we can look at this more. I plan on going to the special revenue funds on Friday at some point.
Yeah.
But we can, I mean, we'll, sorry.
what is the number?
We're estimating to start the year with 165,000.
What fund number?
Oh, I'm sorry,
155.
Fund 155.
Jim. And I was just trying to reconcile what you were saying at the beginning, because you said dispute resolution is in the general fund and the special revenue fund. So between those two funds, it equals that amount?
It equals, as far as funding goes,
Yes, ma'am.
like this current year, we're $117,000 is what is being funneled to them. And so a portion out of general fund and a portion out of special revenue fund.
Okay. But for '24, you're gonna have it be what that actual revenue amount is that comes in?
Yes, so like Haley has it pulled up, so we're estimating that revenues on that far right column, 2024 estimated revenues will be $93,250.
Okay.
So if we up the transfer over to dispute resolution services, then, you know, we're paying out what we're receiving in. We still will be sitting on fund balance, but that's something as, you know, the years go on, if they have a need, they could request the use of those funds.
But that need out of that fund is specific to certain things. It can't just be
Correct.
general expenditure.
Yes, it has to be specific to the dispute resolution program. And we can look at this in a little more detail. Like I said, I was trying to
That's
fill it in.
charged on what kind of cases? All cases?
I don't think I have the contract to pull up quickly. Dustin, do you have the,
I'm looking right
let me see
now.
if I can get it up as well.
Civil?
And I believe in the statute, it lists as well. I have that sitting on my desk. I tried to fill time and I wasn't prepared.
Well, you look at, I guess my question is, if the request was for X number of dollars, and you have X number of dollars over, that can't be shifted over to that other request to cover some of that?
Correct.
It can't?
No.
It can't?
So, yes. two
Correct,
different
can't.
pools of money.
As opposed to correct as it can? Okay. Well, you can always wish.
Yeah. Anything else on that?
And we can come back to this, like, again, I was trying to fill a little pocket of time there and just kind of bring that up.
Careful what you ask for.
I know, and then I wasn't prepared. But we can come back to this. We'll pull the contract and the statute and then answer that question about what cases that can be, dispute resolution is utilized for, as well as look at that special revenue fund. But if, you know, since that money is there for that specific purpose, do you have any, would you like Mrs. Logue to come in and speak on that, or are you good with the information Dustin and I have?
If it's dedicated funds, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah.
Just
I
wanted to-
really am
I just
fine.
wanted to make sure.
Can't go anywhere else?
Well, and I think she's very capable of running,
Extremely capable.
Yeah.
yeah,
Extremely capable.
probably overqualified.
I found back to the original contract, and Francis, I know we've done addendum since, but it was county established and administering a ADR system fund by taxing and collecting a fee. It was $5 per filing, then paid as other court cost on all civil cases filed in both district and county court levels.
Okay. Civil cases and county. court
Civil
laws
cases,
and
yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. That's my question.
Okay, so we'll circle back to that. And so now, moving on with our scheduled presentations, we have Mike Vogelaar with the Waco Sports Commission. Up next.
In France.
Oh, Mike.
I brought printouts, but I didn't know I also had emailed presentation.
Dustin, yeah, we've got it.
Would anybody like a printout?
Yeah. Free, right?
Yeah. I've got one for each person if you want.
I'll pass it. Okay.
So Mike, what'd you think about the article?
The article,
Uh-huh.
by being more specific?
Texas Monthly,
I'm sorry, Texas,
Texas Monthly,
about Waco Surf?
Waco Surf, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's great exposure for
I think
Waco and.
it's good exposure.
Yep.
The, that reporter was not too friendly.
No.
I thought it was gonna be a fun, kind of, you know,
Yeah, look at, all in all, it was, it
Yeah,
was good,
right.
but I agree with you, it was,
yeah.
they can,
He was really trying to
He wanted to
gin
get
up
trashy.
gin up some dirt, I think, and
Yeah.
so, it was, I mean, I, you know, thanks for referring him to me, so.
Need to reassign him to the barbecue section.
You know, I think he got promoted to, like, assistant editor or something like that. But I mean, they're not,
Yeah, I spoke to him
They're a
about
little-
the positive changes and things that I know
Yeah,
about.
yeah,
and
me
so I
too.
told him,
Yeah, me too.
you
I was
know,
like,
the things.
hey,
things that
I
were
know a
before me.
lot of stuff about what went on out there, but I am not talking about it.
Yep. So, yeah, well, thank you guys for your time. Again, I am here with both my chair and vice chair, Nancy Goodnight and Lauren Schwartz, and so just thank you for your presence and support. But again, I'd love to be able to kind of walk through a little bit about what the Sports Commission is, what we've done, and where we're headed. And so if we go to the next slide, that's great. Just real brief again, recap, we were founded in 2015. We are a 501c3. We've got 15 board members on our board right now. We've expanded our board slots from 15 to 20, and so we're looking to add and potentially vote on 2 additional members here at the August board meeting. I began my tenure here in June 2021, and so as Judge Felton says, I no longer have the new guy card. And again, we're still at a staff of 2. And I am looking at adding some part-time assistants. And so you'll hear a little bit more about that here soon enough. Next slide. As a recap, our objectives and why we're founded is to identify and attract new sport events while enhancing and retaining the existing events, and ultimately to create an economic impact, putting heads in beds, filling up the restaurants, helping people be able to experience Waco to its finest, and also to enhance the quality of life of the local residents. So we interpret that as increasing the health and wellness, physically, mentally, even spiritually, for the local residents. Next slide. Here's a list of our 15 board members as of right now. One of those names should certainly look familiar there at the top of the right column, Mr. Commissioner Smith.
Alias.
Next slide. So support history. Obviously, we're here about our request for funding. And so as a recap, the McClellan County has supported the Sports Commission with $100,000 in the previous years. The City of Waco has supported us $75,000 a year, as well as incentives for select events like Ironman, Spartan, and a number of these other different events that I'll mention. City of Robinson, starting last year, has contributed over $25,000, so $3,000 or $5,000 in the last quarter of the previous fiscal year, and then $20,000 last year. City of Woodway has sponsored our Mother's Day run the last 2 years for a total of $2,800, and then I've presented to the City of West and the City Council just offering our services and how we can help their community specifically. Obviously, as far as economic impact, they have one hotel, and so they're not as interested in the economic side, but more so, hey, how can we help the quality of life of the local residents and grow some of the different sporting events that we have there. Also visited with the city manager at Belmead. At the time, they declined any type of sponsorship or financial support, and then also visited with the city manager, McGregor. And so working with them and a county resident on some potential new sporting facilities down there. And so just again, wanted to be able to let you know that we are working at serving the greater Waco area, not just one specific community, with the support that you've given us. Next slide. So here's just a very simple recap of where our financial support has come from public entities. So in 2021, y'all were kind enough and generous enough for the $100,000 as well as ARPA funding. City of Waco had provided $75,000 as mentioned, City of Robinson the $5,000. This year, the city, in their proposed budget, have increased their funding from 75,000 to 100,000. And so, to me, that just shows a reflection of their what they have seen the Sports Commission produce and where they see us going excites them, and so they want to be able to support us. So you'll notice that in the left-hand column there, my request has been to ask for your support or consideration for $120,000 for this next year. So that would be a $20,000 increase. I have not heard from the city of Robinson yet on their continued support. At the time, they said, yes, I will be presenting to their city council at the beginning of September. It was just a conflict of scheduling to be able to visit with them here in July and August. Next slide. By the way, if you guys have any questions at any point in time, please interrupt.
Thank you.
So what have we done? Here is a list. Sorry, next slide. Here's a list of all the, well, not even all, but here's a list of some of the different events. So as we said, there's the recruited, the created, and the enhanced and retaining events. So Ironman Waco this past year, and when I say this past year, I'm speaking as far as the county's fiscal year. So Ironman Waco 70.3, TAPS Championship Series, Jiu-Jitsu Tournament, Spartan 5K that we had at McLean Stadium, the first large volleyball tournament that I'm aware of here in the area since COVID. And then as far as created events, we've got Beast of the Brazos. We are having our 4th Beast of the Brazos here this upcoming September. We're on track to meet and potentially even exceed our numbers from last year. The Mother's Day run this past year, that had some inclement weather, and so I'll kind of recap that here in a second. But we've had good turnouts. And then Waco Rowing Regatta for 2022 and Texas State Rowing Championships. Those were great events that obviously the county was heavily involved with and were very supportive of the Waco Rowing Center, and excited even for next week and Marcus's arrival and being able to celebrate. And I know that Commissioner Miller has been a strong supporter of that and helping organize the welcome party next week. Any questions on any of these events that we've been involved with and have helped in the past or in the future?
Any questions?
No questions, Mike, but I know one of the difficulties is wrapping your hand or arms around all of the different activities that go on that are sponsored by so many different groups and trying to come up with just a list or to know who to contact to find out what kind of help can be. And I'm wondering how have you progressed on being able to do that?
Yeah, so how do we service the entire county and anything involving sports with a staff of 2? It's challenging, it's difficult, and we simply obviously can't highlight every single activity. So the best that we can do is to be able to help educate the community of who we are and the role that we serve, and then be able to highlight the things that we can, and then hope that folks approach us about different opportunities. I had someone that approached me about BMX. And how can we help grow BMX here and what facilities? And so, again, you're not going to see that on this list right here, but those are the, I'd say, weekly types of meetings that I'm having, trying to help connect community members with the right resources. Yep. Next slide. I'm going to go through these really quickly. I think photos and images obviously tell a great story and help bring to life some of the different bullet points that I had on the last slide. So this is Beast of the Brazos. Again, it's the 1.2 and the 2.4 mile swim that we have here in the Brazos. It replicates the Ironman course. And then we've also paired it up with the Waco Wild West, which is Nancy's bike race the next day. So it's essentially a training weekend for folks for Ironman. So they get to come in 5 weeks before their race, and they get to basically test the course, or as much of it as they can. And so again, it brings people in and gets them more familiar with Waco, so then when they stay in October, they've got their favorite place that they want to go visit. They've already kind of staked everything out. So
That part ought to grow, shouldn't it? I mean, as
I'm
people
sorry?
I said that piece of it ought to grow because it's more people, they find out that they can come and test the course before they actually.
Yep. Yeah, swimming, especially an open water swim, is part of the race that most people feel uncomfortable with, and it is a very niche event that we put together because there's a lot of 5Ks and fun runs. There's not many 1.2 and 2.4 mile swim courses with water safety. So we've got folks that are coming from all over, from Houston, Dallas, San Antonio. I think we just had someone from Louisiana sign up. So again, it's a way for us to be able to showcase some of the beautiful resources of the county. Next slide. Waco Surf, as we already alluded to. And so if you go to the next slide, these are photos from last year that showcase what it is hopefully going to look like this year. Due to inclement weather, there was a lot of severe lightning and rain that morning. I had to make the call for safety to cancel the race portion, so we moved the after party of it to Bird Culture and Ford into their dealership. So again, trying to help activate the different local businesses. Actually visited with them this morning to talk about this partnership, and they are interested in recommitting for next year's May run. Next slide. You guys should probably be familiar with this. This is the rowing regatta in November, and then another slide. This was a photo that I took of the regatta there at Trading House Lake, which showcases the tremendous investment and support of the county improving those facilities and that beach. Fantastic job. It was a beautiful day and a beautiful experience there until evening time and Sunday. Next slide. This showcases the Ironman race, and so you've got, of course, competitors that are on the county roads. I really love the photo on the bottom left-hand side. That is one of our Team Waco participants, which I'll showcase in just a minute. But this is her hugging her adopted son at the finish line with the adoptive family. Next slide. As far as the economic impact and what happened with the Ironman, it was our second festival. We will not be hosting the festival this year. It will be the Ironman 70.3, not the full Ironman race, but we will have Iron Kids, which will be an event for children aged 0 to 7 with a diaper crawl, a baby crawl, a diaper dash, a half mile, and a full mile race that will finish across the suspension bridge underneath the Ironman Arch. So a way to be able to help bring this community together, showcase health and sports in the youth. And then it also brings in folks from out of town a little bit earlier so that they can have their kids compete on the same course they are. We had over 2,000 volunteers. A big piece to add is that we had $55,000 in grant funding infused into the local nonprofits here through the volunteer program. And again, that program, the event in itself, has an economic impact of about $10 to $12 million. Next slide. This was the Spartan Stadium race that I was able to help recruit to McLean Stadium. This was on April 1st. Next slide. We got to compete, the Sports Commission ourselves, as well as some of our board members, as well as Team Waco. If you go to the next slide.
I don't see Commissioner Smith.
No,
I offered
he did.
numerous times.
I graciously turned him down.
He had a scheduling conflict.
Always.
Yeah.
And so, always. So in the past, they've had this event at AT&T Stadium, which obviously at the time was brand new. Jerry Jones even sells tours, right, just to walk through that facility. So it was a very popular event, but we were able to recruit it to come down here as a trial basis to see if we would be able to help lower their costs while having a strong participation level. We brought in 3,500 competitors, both adults and youths, because it also had a Spartan Kids race course. And so I got to see a lot of local kids participate in this, which was great. So with that, we also created and promoted unnecessarily a pre-race party guest barbecue to be able to help the local business and folks that are coming in from out of town. So we were able to highlight the Chamber's Food Truck Showdown and redirect traffic after the race to downtown, and then promote the Unbound 5K race. And so being able to help showcase another nonprofit. We wanted to be able to collaborate with each other instead of view each other as competition. And then lastly, based on the CVB's economic impact calculator, this event ran on about $1.8 million. Next slide. So with all the different events, anything sporting related, we believe that we've brought in probably roughly around 38,000 hotels for the area. Next one. This is a highlight of the Team Waco program that I mentioned a little bit earlier. So last year we launched that program, and Jessie had finished at the finish line with her adoptive son and the adoptive dad, who also raced, by the way, from South Carolina, and their whole family of 19 came out to help support her. We had 6 participants last year. We have 5 this year that we selected, and so you'll see them right there. We had 49 people apply for this. We've partnered with a number of different businesses in the community, and the value of those donated goods, services, membership total $7,500 per athlete. And so again, trying to be able to help equip and enable county residents. They had to be a county resident that are trying to overcome a financial, a mental, or a physical hurdle in becoming an Ironman. This is phase 1. Phase 2 for this, not everybody's an endurance athlete. And so I want to be able to continue to see us as a nonprofit reach into this community and be able to help support folks. And so in 2024, we will be launching another campaign and another way to be able to help impact this community through local partnerships. Next slide. This is the Team Waco on the right are the new participants. Team Waco from last year on the left-hand side. This is from Tri-Waco just a couple weeks ago. And so what's really neat is that the folks from last year's program said, hey, we want to be able to help mentor and be a part of this for this year. And so it's a program that's giving back to itself, which shows you that that's really making a life impact. If you go to the next slide, it shows all of them together. And so it's just neat to be able to, again, help enable county residents to be able to be a better form of themselves. Next slide. This is just their social media post, just talking about how incredible this experience has been, not only the current participants, but even the past ones. Next slide. So a recap, so since joining the Sports Commission 25 months ago, we've assisted Matt and the Waco Rowing Center grow their local and regional impact. We've hosted 4 Ironmans over a 13-month time span. We've launched the community program Team Waco that's entering into their 2nd year. That scholarship program is $37,000 worth for this community. We're looking to create and launch the 2nd phase. We've also created academic partnerships for local students. We've had interns join us, and I am looking at adding 2 grad assistants as well as an undergrad for this upcoming year. So for us, that's a strategic move to be able to add help and capacity to the Sports Commission at a low cost, while still presenting a value proposition to those students and letting them get their hands dirty with activities and operations that are impactful for the community. We attracted several different events at various facilities, whether they're public or private, including McLean Stadium, the base, Trading House Reservoir. We also created partnerships, and we've been a liaison for local businesses to help them with their missional needs. And so, as mentioned, whether it's helping this county resident with a facility for McGregor or visiting with other different nonprofits and helping them amplify their efforts, I'm constantly visiting with folks trying to see how we can help progress business as well as health here in the community. And then we've become a voice and an expert to try and oversee as much as possible, Commissioner Smith, the sports industry and its development. And then as far as the events last year, we believe that we've delivered a $20 million economic impact based on Ironman Spartan and all the other different various activities through TAPS competitions, UIL championships that we're bringing. And so ultimately, we have to continue to ask ourselves, where do we want this county to be in 3 years, in 10 years, and 20 years? And so just trying to look long-term. Next slide. The ask. Next slide. As I already alluded to, the county has been kind enough to support the Sports Commission with $100,000, I believe, since 2016. So it has not increased since then, I believe. And so with inflation, that would be $128,000, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. My ask is that the county and the Commissioners Court would consider an increase to $120,000, and that would help us with the additional labor with the GAs as well as the undergrad, and then also help alleviate some financial pressure so that we would be able to attend annual conventions and other different increased costs and programming here locally. Happy to answer any and all questions.
Any questions? One of the metrics that you follow is increase hotel usage, which we benefit in another way too, because of the 2% that we can go into our venue project. That's for a lot of reasons exceeded our expectation. Well, it's exceeded what we told the bondholders we could do, and and that's the main thing. So kept our bankers happy. But I especially like these, most of these events are largely out-of-town people coming in to participate. One of the challenges, and you and I have talked about this a time or two, but, you know, I was kind of close to the rowing deal and started at the trading house, just trying to figure out, you know, what it was. You know, we thought it was a good risk to take and still believe that. They're struggling with lack of volunteers. And like you've said, sir, that's a challenge. And, you know, it was almost a bit, I mean, you did notice it, but they almost bit off more than they could chew, if you take the top few folks involved in it. And plus, being, you know, coming on new and quick and all that, they weren't really prepared to have additional boats that they didn't realize they needed. In fact, they're still trying to find boats to get some of the markers out of the way. But anyhow, I hope there's a good plan that they have, and then, of course, y'all are working on it a little bit more seasoned in it, to help them along, but.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Mike.
I was just going to address the topic of volunteers. So yeah, Waco Rowing Center is not alone as far as needing volunteers. Little League, having their regional games coming up, they're in need of volunteers. So all these different events, they need to operate through volunteers. And so that is something that, of course, we want to be able to try and provide an asset to and be an additional assistance. So part of that comes with, okay, what's the strategy to be able to create a CRM or a cataloging system, right? To be able to try and collect, you know, the information from who's willing to volunteer, what are their different passions, and to be able to help push out information about, hey, upcoming opportunities for them. With 2 people, it's been a challenge to be able to progress on that. I've looked at nonprofit support from Salesforce, so we do have a Salesforce membership that's been provided for free for sales from them, and so it's having the capacity to be able to help build that out. So that is it's a value proposition to anybody and everybody. I also need that business or the event to provide me what they need, and also to receive our feedback and input to help improve recruiting for volunteers. So making sure that they have clear descriptions of what the volunteer jobs are, providing us with graphic or design so that we can help distribute those. So it's both ways. And so sometimes we can do as much as we can, but we need that communication and information from them as
So can
well.
you certify in some way the amount of time someone volunteers? So if they have there may be an incentive at their work to do X amount of hours of volunteer work to get good ratings or whatever for performance reviews and all that. And so is there a way to kind of certify that time? I mean, it'd take a database of some sort.
We could certainly document that in a very basic way right now.
Yeah.
But of course, that would be something that we would like to scale to.
Basic would be a start.
Yep. And so I may have mentioned it to others. Commissioner Smith is on our board. We did add a new board member, Russ Bookbinder, here in May, who was actually the executive director for the San Antonio Sports Commission for the last 10 years.
Oh, really?
He was he was a VP for the San Antonio Spurs organization for 30 years. So what makes the San Antonio Sports Commission unique is that a lot of sports commissions are underneath the CVB for a city. And so the San Antonio one is also a nonprofit. And so to be able to have his experience and network and wisdom to be able to impart on our team and group here is a huge value. So we're excited to have him on our board and are continuing to take steps. So San Antonio Sports Commission, they too have a volunteer database, and so that's the ultimate goal, is to grow there.
Thank you.
Couple of comments. Mike, we visited about this before, but have you been able to get in front of all of the Region 12 superintendents through Dr. Mays to make a presentation?
I have not.
I think that would benefit you greatly as far as volunteers with all the different organizations they have access to, student organizations. We need to get back together on seeing a.
I believe that you sent an email out potentially probably about a year ago, and I
We've
followed
talked to-
up. I don't know if there was a response.
Okay, let's explore that, because that's a
Would
great.
love
so
to.
A lot of those groups have service requirements as
Mm-hmm.
part of their organization, that's number one. And, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, as far as volunteers, we also have probably one of Waco's greatest volunteer queens, Nancy Goodnight here.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
So,
Can I add on that though, and what you were mentioning, Judge Feldman? So a lot of the registration systems that we use, oh, sorry.
if you want.
Thank you.
Anyway, is
Lauren,
it
if
okay
you
if I
if you've got
interject?
any comments, we'd love for you to be able to.
Yeah.
I apologize. So a lot of the registration systems that we use when I do work with different organizations, and I like to throw out Ironman, not just because it's the largest, but I've certainly learned a lot working with them on the way they manage their volunteers. And we use a system called Volunteer Local. And the volunteers, once they come in, they check in the system, and it does give them what you're talking about, a verification process that shows what they did, how many hours they worked. It's an excellent system. I've certainly learned a lot. We have a lot of people who just bring actual paperwork too, but depending on which organization, which event we're working with, I think it's beneficial for us to train them what we know about volunteer, not just recruitment, but retention. Retention is extremely important. So, there's a lot out there. We're still exploring it, but it's exciting. It's a lot of great technology that I think will enhance every event that we have.
I know my granddaughter and my daughter volunteered on Ironman one time because my daughter was trying to get a certain amount of volunteer hours, and she talked her mother into doing it too, and they enjoyed it.
I'm sorry, what was that?
They enjoyed it.
Okay.
And they didn't get your wrath. But
They weren't on Mike's committee.
they weren't directly reporting. But anyhow, she got some kind of little token deal and carried it back to her school and got credit. So it's kind of, like you said, unofficial, but is official enough. But I think it might be something to, sound like.
Yeah.
And something I might mention, I mean, this is basically the first year we are emerging from COVID with events.
Right.
And so everything is lagging behind, including volunteerism. In addition, we had a board transition this year of leadership to Nancy and myself. So there's adding Russ Bookbinder, who is Grant Taft's son-in-law, is a huge addition to the experience that he brings us in running a sports commission that had not been there and certainly had taken a lull because we were not allowed to have events for 2 straight years. So the things that have happened in that time have all been a learning experience for all of us, getting our volunteers back, getting that database quantified and qualified. That's something that we want to do, that Nancy and I both agree can be done. I mean, I was just at a meeting where Amazon has announced they have a community relations director and affinity groups, and I think he announced they've done either 5,000 or 2,000 hours of community service.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Amazon anywhere, so I'm like, oh my God, how wonderful. So there are opportunities that we will tap into in this year's Ironman, in all of our events going forward with volunteerism and trying to keep that database. We know we need it so that we can get these people back and they'll want to do it and they'll enjoy doing it. We know Midway has PALs, Waco ISD has to have some type of volunteer leadership program for their students. Vanguard College Prep has been fantastic volunteers for us. Riker has been, they volunteered. We have other school districts, China Spring.
My granddaughter's at Riker, that's why she got it.
Yeah, so we know they're out there, and I have to just comment on the rowing situation because I know Mike's going to be a gentleman and not, but they sort of threw the Waco Sports Commission under the bus. They really didn't do their part in what they needed from the community. It was not available on their website. They had a lot of learning to do. They put together a fabulous event,
Yeah.
but in a very short period of time, and it could have been more cohesive, and I think it will be in the future, where if they need volunteers, we will get them for them or help them, but we need a little more lead time.
They pretty much admitted that, so you didn't throw them under the bus or boat, whichever one's appropriate. But, yeah, exactly right. I think the speed that they were trying to put it together and all, some things.
No one knows event management and volunteers better than Nancy Goodnight in our community. And her connectivity, my connectivity in the business community, we're going to synergize well in bringing this to the next level. But again, Mike's been a team of 1 to 2 and expanding, and we need the resources. We can't do it without it.
No doubt.
You had two questions.
Actually, two comments, they're really questions, two comments. One, this morning, we contracted with a consulting firm to update our master plan for recreation, open spaces, and parks. And I know we'll be looking for community input on that. You bring a lot of knowledge to the table on what's out there, but it might also behoove you, it might benefit the Greater Waco Sports Commission to find out what's out there also from this update. So I'm going to encourage them to be in contact with you as far as a sharing of information.
We would love that, however we can help the tide rise.
Good deal. Anything else?
No, sir.
Anyone? Well, we appreciate y'all's time and great presentation. We've got several outside entities with requests, and we're kind of holding our cards close right now, but just in a few days, we'll be addressing these and where we're going to be with this financially, so.
Well, we certainly thank you for all the years of support that you've given us, very much so. Thank you.
Thank y'all. All right, have a good day.
You too.
Y'all didn't jog over here, did you?
Nancy, run our bike.
Take care. Take care.
So up next, we have animal birth control. But I wanted to check to make sure if you needed a break or,
What do y'all want to do? Let's go ahead.
one, okay.
Okay.
So we have Carrie Spivey with Animal Birth Control.
How are you today?
I'm
Carrie?
How are y'all?
Gary?
Thanks for having me.
Do with curious.
Welcome.
There it is.
Thank you.
I've got that somewhere.
All right. Well, thanks for coming.
Thank you. I'll go through some of this because we've had some updates in our strategy, and I want to make sure that you guys know about that.
Okay.
So we are focusing a lot on our rural areas and first-time pet owners. We know that they are typically inexperienced, they don't have a lot of knowledge, and they don't have a lot of discretionary income. So to further use our funds and resources most efficiently, we want to capture the most inexperienced and those without a lot of funds. So that's where we've been focusing. We also have been focusing on the benefits of human health and safety, because it's not all just about the animals. We want people to be able to work outdoors in their yards. We want them to be able to play in their yards. If they want to cycle, if they want to run, walk, whatever, we need to make our community more walkable and safer for everybody, not just in the urban areas, but also the suburban and the rural areas. We've got a lot of the cyclists that they're in the rural areas and they don't feel safe many times, and they change their routes or they just don't cycle in that area at all. So we want to make that better for everyone. Intact dogs are 4 times more likely to bite. It is rare that the animal shelter sees a dog or a cat that is already vetted, fully vetted, that is in for pet quarantine, for rabies quarantine in the shelter. And those pets, they take up 10 days of shelter space when they have to go through that quarantine. And that's completely unnecessary. We can prevent that.
And right now, as you probably know, your area cities, if they have a contract with the animal shelter, that per animal rate is $1,184 if it needs to go into the shelter. So that's really costly for our area cities. As an alternative, it's about $160 if we get a pet fully vetted. That's the cost. And they're unlikely to go into a shelter. So the savings there is pretty dramatic, and that's just for that one pet. That doesn't even count the litters that that pet might have had, that might have gone into the shelter. So we are asking for an additional increase of $120,000 over the $75,000 that has been provided in the past year.
120 over the 75, so.
Yes, sir. 120 total.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. So we feel like we can serve about 1,500 to 1,600 animals with that increase. We're currently around 1,000 to 1,100. And our donors have to pick up almost the majority of that we bill to you guys for help. So we really appreciate that increase. Our medical supplies have gone up. Of course, the labor costs have gone up, and we have to keep quality people in there to serve the community. We don't want to scrimp on any quality anywhere. Currently, West and Waco are the only local towns that participate in the encouragement and support of spay, neuter, and microchip. West focuses just on cats, outdoor cats. And of course, City of Waco has that partnership for cats and dogs. So we've talked with some of the other small towns, but without the county support, it would be much, much worse. So we're really grateful that you guys understand and support this work. Do you have any questions on that
So
report?
the increase would be to be able to handle more animals.
More animals, yes, and cover a larger part of the cost to handle each animal, since that has gone up.
Okay, so a higher percentage of the cost and more animals.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're saying you could increase from, what did you say, Carrie, 1,100 to about 1,600?
Yes, sir.
Animals?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep.
An increase about 500.
Right. And we've got a transport van that goes all over the county. We're really just limited to McLennan County with that van. We don't have the resources to go beyond that, even though the needs are great beyond. But that van goes almost every day with multiple pets, multiple stops all over the county, reaching people that either don't have the physical strength or ability to handle their animals to get them in the car into the clinic, or they don't have the transportation strength or transportation ability. They don't have a vehicle.
Do they pay anything, or they some offer or something?
They can if they do if they can. Many of those people in those situations cannot. So it's extra costly to do that, but they're the more important ones for us to reach.
Right now, the ABC serves just McLennan County?
Just McLennan County. We get requests outside of the county from shelters, rescues, individuals all of the time, and we have to tell them no.
Unless their county would want to financially support that, it would not be possible.
We couldn't do it without additional veterinarians.
Right.
And then we would have to go after the finances to do it. You're right.
Okay.
We're told all the time that McLennan County is lucky to have us because so many counties around us have meager to no resources.
To do what y'all do at $160, if a citizen took that to a private veterinary, that'd be up in the hundreds and hundreds of dollars.
Absolutely, yes.
You ever done a comp?
We have. We're about a third of the cost on the surgeries and about a quarter of the cost on all of the other services that we provide.
So that 160 would translate to what at a comp, at a veterinary? Clinic?
True cost, it would be upper 200 for most animals, maybe more for larger dogs.
I was gonna say probably $300 to $400.
Yeah, we try to be conservative in our estimates.
Depends on which vet. Depends on which vet you go to.
That's true.
It's evening out over time, though. It's getting more competitive, and the veterinary situation is not going to get better before it's going to get worse.
And you know, if you hug them and kiss on them before, and the vet sees that, the price goes up.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure it does.
My father-in-law was a veterinary.
Snuggles are free at ABC.
That's good.
Okay.
Questions?
I don't-
Well, thank you, and any other questions? And you might have heard what I told the last group, but, we're trying to look at all these outside requests. We're working on it every day.
Yeah.
Hopefully, just in the next day or so, we'll be able to get back with you.
That's
And then-
amazing.
And then really, even after that, nothing's totally approved until the budget's adopted. But generally, we'll know fairly well where we're gonna be here just in a few days.
Understood. I like y'all's processes with the county. Thank you very much.
All right.
I appreciate your transparency.
All right, have a good day.
Thank you.
Thanks for that.
We are exactly on schedule, which is
Oh, man.
amazing, so.
Great.
So we have up next, the code, y'all are-
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. So we have Sean Lee and Tim Packer.
All right, how are y'all? Come on up and, microphone is a recorded proceeding, so you're on video and audio and everything.
Well, I'll get us started, but Sean is going to do the bulk of the presentation, and
Okay.
I'll help with answering any questions or anything else that comes up. Thank you, firstly, for the support that you've shown the Cove over several years now. It's a really important part of our budget each year, and we're grateful to be partners in serving some of the most vulnerable young people in our community. I'm Tim Packer, I'm Executive Director. I think when I presented last year, I'd just been in post literally a couple of months and was deer in the headlights. Lessened a little bit, but still learning a lot every day about working with this group. And then Sean Lee is our Development Director, who's been appointed since I last presented to help us with foundation level, federal level grants, and helping us think about how to develop and advance our services, particularly around the areas of preventing youth homelessness and early intervention when homelessness hits. So I'll just pass over to Sean and he'll take you through the presentation.
Perfect. Again, I'm Sean Lee. I'm the Development Director at the Cove. I've been there since October. Want to thank you guys again for your continued support that you've shown us throughout the years. That's been very essential for a lot of the programming that we do here at the Cove. In the last year, we've seen significant increases in the number of youth that we've seen, 59% increase just in last year. That's due in part to the Cove being well regarded in the community as a resource that people can give referrals to, and then also just through word of mouth that the youth in the high schools are comfortable with letting people know about the Cove. So as more youth come to the Cove, obviously those numbers increase, but we also experience a higher likelihood that there's going to be acute cases. Dealing with youth homelessness is a complex issue. Some of the youth come in with pretty straightforward needs. Other youth come in with very complex needs that require a lot of intervention, a lot of time, and a specialized skill set to be able to respond to those needs effectively. Just in the last year, or this most recent year, 19 Cove graduates. We had 19 Cove graduates, which is up from 16 last year. When you're homeless, the rate of graduating high school is around 60% compared to your housed counterparts. Youth that work with the Cove graduate on the same rate that their housed counterparts do. So we do a lot of work trying to get them across the line to graduating high school. Graduating high school is the single greatest determinant that you can access that will determine greater outcomes for you later on. You have less chance of experiencing homelessness, not being connected with the workforce, and entering the adult homeless system. Because of that, to respond to that need, we're continuing to do that good work. You guys support a youth advocate role currently. That youth advocate is a person that is in our schools and then is also available at our drop-in center for anybody that needs to come in and access services. What's changed and why we're asking for a little bit more money this year is that it's just gotten a little bit more expensive to have youth advocate positions around the community. Salaries have increased for social services positions. So in this last upcoming year, we had to increase our base salary to $45,000. We've also had to boost up our insurance, and now we're trying to offer a retirement option to be a more attractive employer to people that are wanting to serve homeless youth in our community. So sorry, we had a presentation on all of this.
Would you like to email it to?
That would be fantastic, though we're already mostly through it, so that would be all right. So again, we're here asking for that $65,000, which will continue to cover the cost of that youth advocate staff, in addition to their fringe benefits, and also make it a position that really requires or attracts that individual that's got that special skill set to work with this really complex need that youth homelessness brings to our community.
Sean or Tim, I've got some questions on other funding. But before we talk about that, give me an example, or us an example of the more typical type youth that come into your system, and where you can, what do you understand about where they've been and how you get them focused on where they need to go?
Yeah, certainly. It almost goes without saying that our youth are very diverse and have their own experiences and backgrounds. And the number one driver for our youth, so I'm talking very loudly into this, stems from poverty, actually, and loss of stable income in the household, usually over years.
So the parents lost theirs, so they're all in trouble, the whole family.
Yeah, absolutely. And the research that connects those things, and actually this is something that I covered in my own doctoral research, was that that the environment of poverty creates essentially a pressure cooker that puts strains on mental health, relationships, substance use, neighborhood, relationships, and when you mix into it the challenges around making the transition to adulthood, particularly as a young person who's wanting to seek more independence, all of those things boil up, or can boil up, I should say. That's as a general kind of rule of thumb of the background of our young people. Almost all of our young people are in single-parent families. About 80% of our youth are Black or Hispanic. They come from largely North and East Edinburgh. Sorry, I've transported myself back to Scotland. North and East Waco. I worked in Northeast Edinburgh for several years, and so it's ingrained in my head.
You're in Kansas now.
Yeah, or Alabama, as I like to tell people where I'm from. So, but in terms of the range of needs, some of our youth are just needing help to get through the practicalities of having moved around a lot and needing to catch up with their schooling, whether that's making up their attendance, or whether that's just jumping through some of the hoops that are needed without a parent who's present or able or willing to help in that situation, through to youth that are experiencing high-end psychiatric ill health, trafficking, sexual abuse, physical abuse, racial abuse, whole range of things. Sean indicated that the level of need that we're seeing has been increasing. So by the end of April this year, we'd had to do more incident reports than the whole of 2022. And that's things like referrals to Child Protective Services, to the Mobile Crisis Outreach Team, inpatient admissions to Psychiatric Hospital, Waco Police Department as well. So if we were going to discuss about why that need is increasing, we'd be here a long time. But I think we've seen it reflected in our school districts, is that this year has been pressured. There's been a lot of behavioral challenges in the school districts. Waco ISD, for example, has gone to the clear bag policy across all of its campuses. And it's been a difficult year, and we don't see it decreasing. I've been handling just in the last, since the end of the day yesterday, been handling two situations with two youth who are on the verge of leaving our services because they're at the point of graduating and turned 18, but in pretty extreme circumstances. And the team are trying to put a lot of effort into how do we successfully hand on to the next helpers, which would be the Dobie Center at Heart of Texas Behavioral Health Network. Sorry, that was a long answer, but hopefully comprehensive.
So, what are the other funding sources? What is your funding?
So we're a youth homelessness demonstration program grantee. The City of Waco in 2020, I believe.
2019.
2019, we were awarded, and the funding started in 2020. And this is a housing and urban development demonstration program. I think it's going into round 6 now. We also have a strategy around corporate sponsorships. So one of our colleagues works building relationships with businesses. We have a fundraiser that's going to be on October 27th at the Cove. I know it's Baylor Homecoming weekend, and I know it's Halloween weekend, but we're going to make a thing of it. And it's around the theme of home and just the importance of home for all parts of our community, and also individual donations.
So these 6, on this summary page, the 6 different income sources are current then as far as making up your revenue.
Yeah, that's from our budget for this year.
Okay.
Yeah, and we received one-off foundation grant. So we actually recently made an application to the Runaway and Homeless Youth program through Family Youth Services Bureau, and that would create a new street outreach role with the idea of having a 24/7 contact number for youth, where we'd be able to plug them into Chase House, which is an emergency access unit through Behavioral Health Network, or coordinate support at not in the middle of the night or late at night. We're leading on an application, again, with Runaway and Homeless Youth about a prevention demonstration program. And the idea is about tackling one of the big challenges that we face working with homeless youth, which is identifying them. They don't appear often on the streets or, under 18th Street Bridge. They're hiding, bouncing around friends and family members is sofas.
It's been a while since I've been over to the Cove.
Yeah.
I think the last time I've been, it might have been when Kelly, I think, was like in her 3rd year.
Yep.
So help me get up to date.
Sure.
On what I know you guys do. I know you all have case managers, I guess, because we're talking, do you all still, like the young people come to you all like after school, like
Correct.
after the bus? And you all, they can shower,
Correct.
do their homework, eat.
Yep.
We do lots of eating.
Yeah.
And then I remember there's a team of people that help them find a place to stay because they do not sleep at the Cove.
Correct.
Correct? And so I know there were a number of people that secured them a roof over their head for that night or
Yep.
so many nights. she talked about, so that's still kind of how that process works?
Yes.
Okay, she talked about young people who just get put out, you know, like mom might have a new boyfriend and that just doesn't fit. You know, children don't fit into the plan and they don't have anywhere to go, they don't have relatives. But, so, I looked at your budget because there used to be more of a effort to come to us on for operational funding. But I see you all are seeking an actual staff person. Because I know one year we gave her funding for a van. And I think but she was good at what she does, but I have met you and you are good at what you do. I haven't met you yet, but I am sure you're good at what you do too. So I'm not saying merge your vision into her vision. That's not what I'm saying. I want to reconcile what I know the purpose of the Cove has been, because I know the homeless rate in McLennan County is growing. And a lot of people don't realize that young people are put out on the street and they just don't have anywhere to go.
Yep.
And that has not, that's not a problem that's getting better. That's a problem that's growing and getting worse. So kind of give me a breakdown on your staff, and let me see how this youth advocate is flowing into your programming.
Yep. So the Cove really operates on this belief and understanding that we are going to be most effective in working with our youth if they have trusted relationships with the people that are providing support for them. You know, and as the executive director in the organization, have a responsibility to make sure that we have the right people, that we invest in our people, and we help them stick around so that they can continue to use that that investment that we've made. The youth advocate, so when Kelly would have been here last, we would have had 2 youth advocate positions. We currently have 3 and are just reviewing candidates for the 4th position of that role. So we will essentially have doubled the amount of people we have to work with youth on a day-to-day basis. When Kelly was here, we would have been doing after-school programming, and the drop-in provision would have just been getting started. We're now doing the drop-in provision Monday through Friday, after-school programs during semester time, and then we do 12 till 4 during the summer holidays as well, so continuing contact with youth. We also, since the start of last year, have been doing daily outreach to school campuses. So part of the growth in the numbers of youth that we're seeing is because we've taken the support that the Cove offers off-site to them, either in the community or on the school campuses. And so we have those partnership agreements with Waco ISD, La Vega, and Midway, and we've been trying to make inroads to Connolly and China Spring as well. But we've also served youth from Robertson, McGregor, Bosqueville, Riesel, Hill County. I'm trying to remember all of the places. And so in an organization like ours, yes, there are operational costs, and we just bought a new van as well, and we did a Giving Tuesday campaign, and also Methodist Children's Home financially supported us to purchase a new van, slightly larger than the ones that we've had, newer. Sean can actually stand up in it, and he's pretty tall. And we've invested in new laptops for the team. Our staff have, when I took on the staff, were using their own personal phones with an app. But now we have dedicated Cove-owned managed devices so that they can switch them off at the end of the day and actually have that mental break. We have these operational costs, but
Right, I'm
people.
not opposed to the type of request that you, the reason for the request. I'm not opposed to that.
Sure.
I know it's kind of hard when those of us who know exactly where we're going, when we get off from work and when we get out of school, sometimes you can't fathom that there are people out there who, when 3:30, the bell rings, they have no clue of where they're gonna go or what they're gonna do. I know you all do good work. I've seen the wall of graduates.
Yep.
So if anyone has not, went by the Cove and had that tour, I remember the day that I came through there, the TV room, I mean, it was crowded of young people just kind of relaxing with all that they have going on and just watching TV.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of young people
Yep.
that you all, that are servicing. And I think we do ourselves a disservice if we don't come through there and see exactly how many young people you all are impacting. So I just wanted to know, but it sounds like your client base is really growing.
Yeah, so so far in 2023, we've served 96 individual youth, and it's about level with where we were at this point last year. We will have more staff, and so more capacity to reach out as we hit the fall semester. And so, if we continue if we continue the rate of the first half of the year into the second year, we'll have served more youth than we did last year. It is needs driven as well, though. So, and nobody's required to attend the Cove, so that's always a factor. But what we did notice this year was that we were seeing a lot more drop-in provisions. So evening programming got a bit quieter, but more youth, like I indicated and Sean indicated earlier, more youth were coming in crises, they're smaller in number, but it's a lot more time. And
You all have a wonderful program. Like I said, you feed them, they're able to wash their clothes, they're able to shower. As a former superintendent, you would love that wall of graduates.
we actually have a
All young
problem.
people.
We actually have a problem that our wall is no longer big enough to continue
that's a good-
hosting
yeah,
the
congratulations.
thing. So we're working on some alternative recognition approaches. Smaller.
They had the pictures, like their high school pictures.
Yeah.
Their cap and gown, they had them on the wall.
When they leave in the afternoon or evening,
So
they have a place to go. Y'all
Yeah,
have
so we
find
will-
them a place to go.
Absolutely.
What time then do you close the doors?
So 8 o'clock,
8 o'clock,
is when we start transporting youth
and
home.
you transport them where they need to go?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we have during semester time, we have a dedicated driver who comes and works with us for those evenings, but we're frequently having to send out 2 vehicles instead of one, just because if you've got a group in northeast Waco and
Forever.
southwest, it's an hour and a half trip. And then if you're at Chase House, it's 20 minutes drive out the south of the city. So it can be a long evening.
Thank y'all for what you
Yeah.
do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you for the opportunity to come and present.
Any other questions? Anybody have? Well, we appreciate your time. We're looking at all these requests from outside entities, and we're working on that fast, and so we'll try to get back with y'all very soon.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, let's take a 5-minute recess.
You can't drop that accent, huh? That's not going anywhere.
How are you, Commissioner? Good.
Okay,
Recording in progress.
all right, let's start, bring court back in session. All right, so Francis,
So we have Startup Waco next. So we have Cody Carlson with us, and then John
Passavant.
Passavant on Zoom as well.
All right.
And I know there is a presentation. I thought we'd sent it over. I'm sorry. Bear with me just one sec.
All right, John, can you hear us?
Good afternoon, Judge. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. All right.
Okay, are we ready?
Yes, sir.
We are.
Judge, Commissioners, thank you all very much for letting us come in and kind of propose to you all something that we're excited about, working with students within the community, giving them entrepreneurial education and resources. We had the opportunity to come back in February, I believe, and give a kind of a status report on the impact from the seed funding that y'all provided Startup Waco to get launched. And so some of what you'll hear just very briefly might be what y'all already retained from the previous impact report. It might be something y'all are aware of. John is on vacation, a much-needed vacation with his family. Sent me a picture of one of his sons buried up to his neck in the sand. So it looked like they were having a really good time. But John, thank you for conferencing in, and Francis, thank you for working with us to make this happen. I work with Startup Waco as a development partner, so that, you know, kind of reaches across several different entities, several different lines of kind of clients that we have. But John, I'm going to turn it over to you to kind of present this this proposal and kind of how it impacts the community and what we're asking the court today. So.
Thanks, Cody. Yeah, Judge, Commissioners, thank you so much for the opportunity to come back before you and share this vision with you. As Cody mentioned, and we shared a little bit about over the last several years of what we've been working and developing, it became clear that our focus when it comes to entrepreneurial development in McLennan County is coming down into three separate categories. One of them is going to be focusing on local business owners that are here in McLennan County. We want to work to identify gaps in resources and close those gaps and provide resources like funding, like expertise, like connecting to additional business leaders around the county that can help entrepreneurs in their journey. The other is early stage startups, high growth companies. We want to see more different types of companies formed and started here in McLennan County. And the third very obvious category of entrepreneur that we want to focus on are students. And to date, in the previous 5 years of our existence, we've pretty much worked exclusively with higher education students at Baylor University and at MCC. We've done some, as you'll see in some of the materials, we've done some work with high school students, but we feel like this is the next focus for our organization, because we feel like if we are able to impart or inspire some of the entrepreneurial journey into students at a younger age, we think that that is a positive thing, a meaningful thing for the entire county, for the entire community. And so we've been brainstorming ways of how can we as a entrepreneurial development organization serve students and help provide some vision into what entrepreneurial thinking and entrepreneurial involvement is all about. And so we've come up with something called the Student Entrepreneurship Program through Startup Waco. And it effectively has three goals. One is to provide vision education to high school students in McLennan County who have interest in pursuing entrepreneurship in any form. The second is to create connectivity and mentorship between students and local business owners and entrepreneurs. And lastly, it's to increase access to resources, funding, and opportunity for all student entrepreneurs in our community. This is something that you see being being executed in various different ways around the country. You see everything from after-school programs to clubs to higher education institutions partnering with local schools in the cities where they are. And we've explored a lot of these different types of options, but we really feel that this could be have a meaningful impact in McLennan County going forward if we're able to develop a very meaningful, robust program for high school students to be exposed to all the things that entrepreneurship has to offer. And I want to say, for any of us that have been entrepreneurs or are entrepreneurs, we know that journey is not for everyone. But I will say that something about the entrepreneurial mindset, the way that it takes to take ownership of something, to actually believe that you can move forward in a direction and own something that's yours, that the possibility for that exists, I think is an empowering, meaningful thing for any student, and provides them options to be able to effectively make those decisions as they grow and as they enter either higher education or enter the workforce. So I know with workforce being a meaningful component of focus for the county, I think that if we can inspire some youth with entrepreneurial thinking in the way that we have business owners and entrepreneurs here in McLennan County, we see that as a win. And so it takes time, it takes people, it takes some, I think some innovation to think through what are the best ways that we can engage the local student body here in McLennan County. And so this proposal is effectively the pilot program for exactly that, to create a pilot of a student entrepreneurship program, to start it in 2 local districts, to identify all the pieces that we would need to execute that effectively, and to actually in the spring of 24 run that pilot program in those 2 districts, and then evaluate and see what works and see how it can expand out even to underserved communities throughout the county, not just remaining in these 2. It is the ultimate goal here. And so we want to, just like we're trying to develop a pipeline of students who are in higher education to stay in Waco and McLennan County, we want to do that same thing with high school students and provide some real clear pathways for them to be involved and for them to be engaged in entrepreneurship in a way that currently may not be available or clear to them. So this proposal is effectively around that. This will be the first time that we've have worked directly programmatically with high schools and with high school students. And so I think with some of our experience of hosting students in our space and doing a lot with high schools, we feel like we're ready to take this step to actually create a first of its kind high school program in McLennan County, focused around entrepreneurship and education. So I'd be happy to answer any questions in this document. We put our full organizational budget on here just to give you a sense for, now almost 5 years on, how is our organization operating and running, and then a breakdown of the budget of what this program would cost, which we're expecting to be $50,000 in this forward year, which would give us the full a full cycle of preparing, executing, testing, and reporting back on the effectiveness, and also potential expansion points from after running in those 2 districts. So I'd be happy to answer any questions, to talk to you a little bit about how we're envisioning it feeding into the other programs that we're doing, or anything that could help provide some clarity into why we think this would be a really effective program for our county.
Thank you, John. All right, any questions?
Not being able to, from this distance, see all those numbers. Are those 2 districts providing any supportive funding or in-kind funding to support the programs?
It's a great question. Our thinking for this pilot program would be to treat these school districts in the same way that we would treat any other entrepreneur support organization. And that is to go out and raise all of the funding, materials, staff, and support that we need to execute the program fully, and bring that to the district. And, if they have resources in place already, we don't want to recreate things that are already there. If they have something there, or they have willing staff, or they have willing administrators, or someone that we can help provide some of the curriculum, let's say, but they're willing to do it. We want to work with within what's already being offered, but we would not require anything from these districts in terms of financial or staff or anything. Just a willingness and a desire to say, yes, we would like to pilot this with some students in our district.
So in talking with the two districts, they've been supportive of the concept. And
Yes, of the concept, of the concept. No full green lights yet. Yeah, nothing, for sure moving forward, but
nothing concrete yet as far as delivery method, whether it be within a current curriculum or an after-school program or a club period or anything like that then.
That's right. And since, working within districts is not our primary mode of operation as an organization, there's a lot there that we're learning. And so, if it has to be something even just supported by the district, but we're running it in terms of after school, off location, something like that, we're exploring that. But at the end of the day, we want to do something that works, doesn't take away from anything the school is doing, that's supportive of what the school is already doing, and may be able to enhance some of the things that they're already offering, not to sort of create something in competition or that would be confusing in any way for a student to know where should they plug in and how. And some of our experience in this has been working in some different districts with the Triple Win program and with the Duncan Scholars through Waco Foundation. So we've had some exposure to working alongside the districts. This would just be taking it to a new level.
Right. It's been a while since I've been in the school business, and I'm not familiar with any current programs that fold around entrepreneurship as far as an offering. And so I'm just curious as far as how that was going to be addressed. So.
Yep, and some of the work we did with Triple Win, with Guama and Guava in Waco ISD, they've got some amazing tracks there of how they're operating. Ours would really be more connecting students and giving them exposure to individuals, entrepreneurs in the community that are here, to say, hey, here's what they've done, here's how they build a business. If this is something that is of interest to you, then we can help provide resources to get you to that place. And if nothing else, a mentor relationship connection. I mean, in a very similar sense to how we would work with a younger entrepreneur. If we can connect these students to mentors and business leaders in the community, we think that would be a great win.
Mm-hmm. And I might add, John, Commissioner Smith, we've had a lot of interest from advocates within the districts. I think one of the things that they envision, and I think they're correct, is sometimes those high school students, they've struggled over the last couple of years, maybe in school, maybe they've gotten behind because of COVID, because of lack of resources, that this is an opportunity to really cast a vision for some kids that might not have any other place to see it. And if we can align them with some of the entrepreneurs within the community in a mentoring or a shadowing relationship or an education relationship, we believe we're going to be able to lift quite a few individuals from the place that they imagine themselves to be stuck.
Well, I know the world is full of future successes, and we can look on the internet and see where youth have made their mark already in what they're able to do. And there's plenty of them out there that are probably 18-year-old millionaires now because they've come up with that idea and run with it. And it may be that those people are right here in our schools too, and they're just looking for a way to get to that point. So.
Right. Well put.
Other questions?
What are we asking for as far as where's the that number's probably up there?
It is.
We weren't hiding it intentionally. It's just really.
Yeah.
They put me the people with the worst vision. They put way far away. I don't know why that happens.
That's all right. No, the total the total budget for the pilot of the program is $50,000 in the year, and that is broken down into training materials that we would be purchasing, curriculum development that we would be purchasing, some expense reimbursement for mentors and coaches, staff time and personnel from Startup Waco, and an operating margin for office space to meet and everything else that is going through of 15%. And so that gets us to the 50,000, which would be a fully executed pilot program in 2 districts between now and the end of May of next year.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
Those numbers got bigger all of a sudden.
Yeah. Okay.
Glad you asked.
Okay, other questions? Well, we appreciate y'all making your presentation, and we're looking at all the requests from outside interest. We've got most of them, through most of them. We'll be making some final decisions here
Okay.
real quick, so.
Okay, well,
Very good.
again, thank you all for hosting us, and thanks for your interest.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, good to see y'all.
Thank you all very much. Thank you.
All right,
Bye-bye.
take care, John. Have a good vacation.
Take care.
John.
All right.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
If I was gonna be buried somewhere, I'd want it to be buried up in snow, not sand.
It sounds uncomfortable, but if you're a kid,
Yeah.
yeah.
Hey, that's right.
See you, John. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care, Coach.
All right.
Thank you.
Have a great afternoon.
Same to you, sir.
Okay. And so then lastly, we didn't have this on the schedule, but she was able to pop in. We have Debbie Keene with Meals on Wheels, or Central Texas Senior Ministry. She is requesting the same amount that we had in the budget last year, which was 30,000. But again, is here to fill you in what's going on with their organization and then answer any questions that you might have.
All right, welcome.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here. I was out of town earlier this month, so it's nice to be back and get warmed up. I wanted to talk about our Meals on Wheels Waco. Officially, Central Texas Senior Ministry has been our name for a long time, but because it was confusing to people, we've actually officially changed it, and I just recently got the paperwork that we are Meals on Wheels Waco. And so it is a pretty good name. It was decided that we use that because there's a larger group down in the Austin area that took Central Texas. So but it allows people to know that we're part of a national organization that provides meals. So, yes, we would like to get another $30,000 in this next fiscal year. I want to talk about why. The Texas Department of Agriculture has a program called Texans Feeding Texans. And essentially, it's a program where people like us that do meals, when we need extra money, the Texas Department of Agriculture gives us money on the point that the counties in our area will also support what we're doing. So for the last several years, McLennan County has supplied us $30,000, and we're asking for that going forward, because what we've gotten in the current fiscal year from the Texas Department of Ag is $124,000 and another $400. So it's quite a bit of money to cover just because you give us an amount of money. So that's why it's so important that we get a grant from here.
Yeah,
So.
sound like good investment.
Yeah, it's a good investment. So anyway, we're real happy with it. And they believe that this number is based on the thought that they believe that by the 2020 census, there was 50,319 60 years and older in the McLennan County. So that's how they calculate it, by the number of seniors in the most recent census. So we did increase quite a bit from 2010. So what'll happen in 2030, I'm not sure. But that's where we are right now.
Y'all serve the entire McLennan County area?
Yes, we do. We also, just so you know, we serve Falls and Hill County as well. They're very small rural counties. They don't have a lot of support from there, but their judges have a similar commissioner's court, and they provide funding to match them. But their funding that they get, they have very few seniors. Falls County really dropped off on their senior numbers in the 2020 census.
Wow.
So.
And one of the requirements is 60 years of age or older?
That's a requirement to get Meals on Wheels, and that's a national requirement.
What's my address?
Yeah. You can drop it by his office.
Okay, well, let me just tell you what else you have to do. We have this long form with about 30 questions, and we find out how easily do you move around? Are you able to get up and take a shower? Can you fix food? Can you iron your clothes? Can you drive a car?
He just had a knee procedure, so right now he might qualify for life.
So,
Temporarily qualified.
so anyway, it does require us to evaluate the client and make sure that they are in need. And if they are able to do some things, we encourage them to visit one of our senior centers.
What do y'all do in McLennan County numbers, like on a daily basis?
On a daily basis, the daily basis in McLennan County, we do about 500 meals.
On a daily basis?
And the other 300 are in the other counties
That's
around
a lot
us.
of applications.
Yep.
And I'm sure you're still getting applications. That's not.
We have a long thing we call a wait list.
yeah.
And we do have a priority list in that we get a grant through a local foundation. And so if someone's just being discharged from the hospital, we prioritize them over someone who maybe just turned 60, but they aren't too needy. But if you're out of the hospital, we give you a short term till they get their strength back. And it's been a very helpful for those people that get out of the hospital, they're home by themselves and don't have anyone to cook for them. At least they get checked on and they get a hot meal 5 times a week. So,
Y'all do amazing work.
Well, thank
And
you.
really make an impact for lots of people.
well, if you know any seniors that are looking for something to do, tell them to come volunteer for us because we always are needing volunteers.
And you also deliver to some of the senior citizen centers too, though.
Well, we have a senior, we do deliver meals there, we cook for them, but it's a different, they come to the center, and then we provide meals, and we have activities, and,
So it's just beyond the meal.
So
Right.
Is that still called SLAP Center, or what they used to call it?
What
No,
did they call
was
it?
an acronym. It was
I
an
don't
acronym.
remember any of
Senior-
that.
Senior leader, I don't know.
I don't know that term. We just call them senior centers. We, in McLennan County, we have very active ones right in Waco. We have one at Sul Ross, at Harrison, and Dewey is having a very active one now. They've built it up. There's also one in Robinson, McGregor, and must be one more. Anyway, those are our senior center. Oh, no, we have one in the Central Presbyterian Church over off Highway 6.
So what are those
We're
called?
still delivering to West though, right?
Yes, we do, and that's a very active senior center too, sorry. And I love what they did to the, remodeled that whole area. It's very nice over there.
And those centers are called what? Where people meet and you bring the meals in there?
Yeah, in where?
What do you call those places?
Senior centers, we still call them
Senior
senior.
centers.
Right. And I think there's been some other names. We want to make people want to come,
Yeah.
and we keep.
SLAP probably wasn't a good
Yes, SLAP
name.
probably did. But,
Everybody flinched when they invited them over.
yeah, they're pretty happy with the meals. We've started a program where we do some upgraded meals on a couple days a week, and so they get some different things. And but the one thing they want all the time is they want hamburgers, like at least once a week.
Nothing wrong with that.
So we haven't quite done that, but all of our meals are evaluated by a registered dietitian who tells us that this is okay to serve, because when you use any federal funds at all, that's a requirement. So,
Yeah.
Some good games of dominoes that goes on those senior centers.
yes, yes, and bingo, and, yep,
Square dance.
yep. And we're trying to get them to do more active things there. And so the Area on Aging here in the area has some really good things to help them. What do you do if you fall and you're by yourself? What do you do if your spouse falls or someone you're with falls? How do you, instead of hurting yourself or hurting them, how do you do it? There's a lot of training and exercises to keep them strong. So,
All right, well, we're looking at all these outside agencies right now. We'll be getting with you fairly quickly, but it's definitely a reasonable request, and thank you for all you do and
you're welcome.
your volunteers.
Thanks. Yeah, we really appreciate our volunteers all the time.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you all for your time.
Take care. Okay, Francis?
Okay, so that was everyone we had lined up for today. I know with a commissioner out right now, we wanted to hold some of the heavier stuff till later in the week when he's with us. But tomorrow, are we okay starting at recessing until 1 tomorrow? Was 1 o'clock tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay. So at 1 o'clock, we'll have Chris Collins, and so she's going to walk us through economic development request, which is several different things. And then we originally had Heart of Texas Behavioral Network set up, but they needed to be moved to later in the week. And so tomorrow afternoon, just to fill that time, knowing that we want to push some of the other stuff to later in the week. I know this is everyone's favorite topic, but we may go to special revenue funds and walk through those. And there shouldn't be a whole lot of changes, but just to show you what's happening in those, they do accommodate quite a substantial amount of funding that's taken some burden off the general fund. So I know they always get kind of pushed to the end, but they are very important. So we'll pull that together for tomorrow afternoon, hopefully, and get through that. And then on the calendar, Thursday and Friday, we have some heavier things, a lot of things to circle back to.
Yeah, it's gonna be busy, so
Yes.
appreciate everybody hanging in there all the way to the end on Could Be Friday.
Yes.
Anyhow, I think it'd be a good reward if we hang in there. All right.
So I think for that, that being said, then I don't have anything else today, unless there is something that you would like to bring up or start a conversation.
Anything else, more information you need, or? All right. Well, then we will recess until tomorrow at 1 o'clock, 1 p.m.